Good evening, everyone. I call this regular council meeting Monday, October the 16th, 2023, 7 p.m. to order, and to acknowledge we are on the traditional territory of the Stahelas. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is introduction of late items.
I have one late item, and that is a request from Councillor Facio and Councillor Vidal to hold a closed meeting. So the intent is to add it under after question period. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is approval of the agenda.
So the approval of agenda as amended. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Facio, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Discussion, Councillor Vidal.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Yes, I'd like to reference under new business, item C.
Which page is that on?
And I'm going to quote from the community charter, Mayor Wood.
Sorry, what page was that on, Councillor?
Sorry, page 9,
Thank you.
under C, under new business.
Item C, go ahead.
Thank you. I will quote from the community charter, section 131. Mayor may require council reconsideration of a matter. Subsection 1, without limiting the authority of a council to reconsider a matter, the mayor may require the council to reconsider and vote again on a matter that was the subject of a vote. Subsection 2, as restrictions on the authority under subsection 1A, the mayor may only initiate a reconsideration under this section, 1, at the same council meeting as the vote took place, or 2, within the 30 days following that meeting. And B, a matter may not be reconsidered under this section if it has had the approval of the electors or the assent of the electors and was subsequently adopted by the council, or there has already been a reconsideration under this section in relation to the matter. I believe that this request under new business should be removed from the agenda, Mr. Mayor, as that 30 days following a meeting has been exceeded. So I would like to move to remove that agenda item.
Thank you, Councillor Vidal. Before I continue on that, your discussion and debate started before your motion, so I have to call your motion out of order.
Then I'll restate the motion.
Councillor Facio. Councillor Jackson. Sorry, Councillor Allen.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. Is there a motion on the floor for discussion or not?
There is not. Right
Well,
now, it's approval of agenda. We're under discussion for approval of agenda. Is there a further discussion?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So I call the question. All in favor of approval of the agenda as amended?
Mr. Mayor, did we amend the agenda?
Yes.
What did we add?
We added the closed meeting for Councillor Facio and Councillor Vidal at the end of question period.
Oh, so what we're going to do then is after question period, we're going to pass a resolution to go in camera. Is that the plan?
We will go into closed.
Okay, thank you. I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, I call the question. So all in favor of approval of the agenda as amended? Opposed?
On a point of order, Mr. Mayor, that means we all go home. Because if the majority of the meeting does not approve the agenda, there is no meeting. We have three councillors who have said they do not want to proceed with this meeting because they have not approved the agenda. And under Robert's rules and our own procedural bylaw, that means that the meeting is over.
Order. So the approval as amended failed, opposed by Councillor Jackson, Councillor Facio, and Councillor Vidal. So I go back to the main motion, which is approval of the agenda. Do I have a mover?
Mr. Mayor, on a point of order, what we should have voted on was a motion to amend the agenda by adding that in-camera session at the end, and that's not what we did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your worship, who's running the meeting? You're the mayor. You make the decisions. I was just concerned about item C being on the agenda. I did not vote against the whole agenda. But this counselor here should not be running the meeting, sir. You're the mayor. You make the decisions.
Thank you. So the motion on the table is approval of agenda. So it was, do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Jackson. Seconded by Councillor Facio. Discussion on approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, for clarification.
Excuse me, Councillor, Councillor Vidal.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I'll start again with a motion I would like to put on the table. That we have item C under new business removed from the agenda due to section 131 of the community charter. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councillor Facio? We were in discussion. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, it sounds like we actually had two amendments for the agenda. One was to add an in-camera meeting at the end. And the other was the motion that we now have in front of us, which is to remove my item from the agenda. So I'd like to speak to that motion that's on the floor. And I would like very much that that item be included in the agenda because the trees in Harrison are a matter of great public concern. And I believe that I should be allowed to speak to that issue as a councillor, because I and others are very concerned about the potential loss of 4 trees, and therefore I believe that this should stay on the agenda.
Thank you. The first motion was for the approval of agenda as amended, which was to include the closed meeting per Councillor Facio and Vidal's request. Councillor Vidal proposed a further amendment. That amendment was ruled out of order. We went back to the first amendment, and that was to approval of the agenda with the closed meeting per Councillor Facio and Councillor Vidal. That actually was opposed by Councillor Facio, Councillor Jackson, and Councillor Vidal. So we are back to the main motion, which was the approval of agenda, which I have Councillor Jackson moved it, Councillor Facio seconded it. So we're going to call the question for the approval of the agenda as amended. All in favor? All in favor?
As amended, could you read it again, please, Mr. Mayor?
The motion on the table is the approval of the agenda as is.
Point of clarification, with the in-camera session added at the end?
Nope.
No.
Nope, that was defeated. Motion on the table is approval of the agenda, so as is. So that's Councillor Jackson, Councillor Facio seconded it. Now we call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes with Councillor Vidal opposed. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is adoption of council minutes.
So that's that the regular council meeting minutes of October 3rd, 2023 be adopted. Do I have a mover? Moved by Counselor Jackson, seconded by Counselor Facio. Any discussion on? None, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Nobody opposed. Passes. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is business arising from the minutes.
Any business arising from the minutes? Seeing none, next order of business, please.
The next order of business is consent agenda.
Thank you. Do I have a mover for the consent agenda? Moved by Counselor Facio, seconded by Counselor Vidal. Discussion? Call the question. All in favor? Nobody opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is delegations and petitions, and there are none. The next order of business is correspondence.
Thank you. Can you just read out just the headings, please?
Item A is a letter dated August 4th, 2023 from Megan Hart regarding evacuation route. Item B is an email dated August 25th, 2023 from Harrison Water Sports regarding a new tenure application. Item C is an email dated October 3rd, 2023 from Megan Hart regarding council meeting location. Item D is an email dated October 4th, 2023 from Gabrielle Thornton regarding council meeting location. Item E is email dated October 5th, 2023 from Loretta Melanson regarding council meeting location. And item F is email dated October 10th, 2023 from Wolf Thornton regarding council meeting location.
So this is just for receipt. Do I have a mover? Moved by Counselor Allen, seconded by Counselor. I'm going to get confused with both your names, Jackson. Thank you. But again, this is just for receipt. Any discussion for receipt? Seeing none, we call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Nobody opposed. Passes. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is business arising from correspondence.
Is there any business arising from the correspondence? Counselor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say how happy I am to be back in the Memorial Hall for this meeting. I think it's a much better venue and we should keep coming here on a regular basis. Thank you for doing that.
Any other business arising from the correspondence? I just have a couple of comments here. I want to start with the just the letter dated August 4th, 2023 from Megan Hart, read the evacuation route. So we've got some great news. Just hours ago, I have received, council and myself, we have received correspondence that the village and the District of Kent are jointly working together on the application for the emergency evacuation route. And it has been officially submitted just to our Chief Administrative Officer. Do you have a date for when that was actually submitted?
Yes, sir. Through you, it was submitted midweek last week. And it's been sent to the province and we're awaiting response from them. We expect to hear from them by the end of the month as to whether there's any additional information or amendments to our application that they may require.
Thank you. I just think it's important to note that we have joined with Kent. So this is done jointly with Harrison. So it's a big step to move forward to the next level. The next letter I just wanted to talk about was item B, which is the email dated August 21st, 2023 from the Harrison Water Sports. And somebody has gone through an awful lot of work to put this through here. So I just have questions for staff. Do we have a policy in place, or is there, because I believe that, is this a foreshore, some sort of foreshore development approval to our Chief Administrative Officer?
I am not sure, so I'd have to look into that. If you're interested, then I would request that you refer it back to staff for us to look further and we can bring some more information forward.
Yes, I think I would like to, you're going to hear me talk about a little bit later here in the meeting here about procedural fairness. And so I would put a motion on the table is to refer that letter B from the Harrison Water Sports to staff. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Facio. Discussion on that? Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm quite concerned about this application. Because I do think, well, first of all, I should say that I was shocked and not delighted to have this dropped on me as part of this agenda. Obviously, somebody has gone to a lot of trouble to make this application, hired a consultant, prepared maps and plans. But the reality is that we, the village of Harrison Hot Springs, hold the tenure on all of the waterfront between the Esplanade and the village boundary as leaseholders from the province. And what this is it's actually an application for part of our holding, and somebody wants to come in and take part of our holding, and that I believe is public property. And that would be a disposal of public property. And if anybody is inquiring to have the village sell them or assign to them some land rights, I believe that comes under a whole different set of rules which govern the disposal of public property. And I don't believe that it should have ever appeared on a public agenda. Because if I, as the leaseholder, am prepared to protect my lease, that is part of our stewardship obligations as councillors and mayor to protect the public property. We've had one previous experience where we had a tenure on a 2-acre water lot just at the north boundary of the village, and we lost that. And I'm speaking now as somebody who's been a realtor for many years and dealt with a lot of these leases. This is really a disposal of a public asset, and it should not be on a public agenda. And I think that we're erring in even considering it without looking at the legality. There's also a zoning issue and an official community plan issue, which we can get into if we have to go that far. But this should never have been on a public agenda, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bidell.
Thank you, Mayor Wood, and through you to Councillor Allen, I certainly share some of your concerns on this proposal, maybe in a little bit of a different way, but reading through the letter indicates that the tenure application to the BC government was submitted on June 13th. The All Tides Consulting webpage indicates an average of 24 to 36 months before any decision is made by the province. This is a large moorage facility and includes sea-doos, bumper boat rentals, and is in very close proximity to a public beach area that has been roped off for a swimming area. The proposal also indicates additional structures. And then from what I can see, there has been no consultation with our First Nation neighbors. Stahelis, no consultation or impact studies with the DFO, Ministry of Environment, and studies on the impact to any wildlife or endangered species. My concern is also with the visual impact, as the lagoon and surrounding paths create a view of the lake. And additional foot traffic from loading and unloading may create difficulty in assessing the paths by other visitors and residents. While I do note the level of urgency that was included in the proposal, I, at this point, don't have nearly enough information to either support or reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discuss, Councillor Facio?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. We dealt with a situation many years ago with the minister in Victoria regarding our water lot. And Councillor Jackson, I believe, was there at the time. And it was pretty much a no from them at that point for us to open up a commercial venture on the water lot, because they would have to, according to what we were told, they would have to take a certain percentage or whatever was revenues that came from that. So it's a very difficult situation, but you refer this back to the staff. I think it's fair enough to refer it back to staff. And if we do have a meeting, as it's a new type of venture policy, this may have to be discussed in a closed meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Just
One further comment, if I might, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Allen.
Sorry.
No, that's, you're out of order right now. Councillor Jackson, did you have any discussion?
The only thing I would comment on this, I would not want this under any circumstances. It's in the wrong place. It would be obstructive to all the kids that swim in that park. There may be some way west of the dock for the Harrison Hotel, but not in this area at all. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. So I just want to conclude though, that just to remind people too, is that our drinking water mains go right underneath where they're proposing to put their piles in for their for the actual docks. So it's that alone is a bad area for it. But anyhow, the motion on the table here is to refer this to staff. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor,
Mr. Mayor, I think the motion is too vague.
motion.
Carry on.
The motion to refer to staff passes with Councillor Allen opposed. And the last one I want to talk about is the 3 emails here on the council meeting location. I would like to move that the council meetings be moved right back here to Memorial Hall. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion on that? Councillor Bidell.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I'd like,
Order, please.
thank you, Mayor Wood. I would like to make a motion to refer this to our next committee of the whole for a more in-depth discussion.
So the amendment is to, is that a friendly amendment request?
Yes, thank you.
I accept that. It was seconded by Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, you're okay with the amendment, friendly amendment to refer to the committee of the whole meeting?
Sorry, Councillor Jackson or Councillor Allen?
I am so sorry. I get both of your names. You're both on the same side of the table and you have my apologies. I was Councillor Jackson. Yes. Thank you. So the motion on the table is to refer the moving back to council meetings, moving back to Memorial Hall to the next committee of the whole meeting. I do have any discussion on that? Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I don't really think that's necessary. We have discussed this repeatedly, and I think that it should be obvious to all concerned that this is the proper place to have our council meetings. And if we take the motion as it stands without the amendment, defeat the amendment, that becomes instruction to staff. And I understand that there may be logistical problems and there may be things that have to be done a little differently in order for it to happen. But those are just the challenges of municipal administration that I believe can be overcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'm just going to put my 2 cents in where too. I believe that we should be moving it back to Memorial Hall as we go into the winter season, into the flu season, et cetera, et cetera. I look at the number of people here today. I couldn't imagine us I couldn't imagine us, 21 seats in the other hall. So I can't support moving it to the committee of the whole either. Gonna call the question, all in favor, this is to move the discussion of, moving to Memorial Hall, to the committee of the whole meeting. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Motion passes with Counselor Allen and the mayor opposed. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is reports of councilors, committees, committee of the whole, and commissions.
Thank you, Counselor Jackson. To start.
Thank you, your worship. Kind of late now to talk about what happened. Of course, we attended the UBCM, which is absolutely fantastic. But after that, I attended the Fraser Valley Regional Library meeting on September the 27th. The good news is that the library system is in really, really good financial shape, and it will be coming out with some new gadgets in the new year, which I will probably get more information on Wednesday that I think that the people will really like if they're library people. I went to Tourism Harrison the same day, September the 27th, getting ready for the Festival of Lights coming up, and also working on next year, the marketing committee of the new building should wait to open up in late January. And looks like it's going to be very nice. That's it, your worship. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a quick question for you, Counselor Jackson. On the lights by the lake, do you know if Tourism Harrison River Valley are doing the fireworks display? Seems it was canceled in the summer.
There was no discussion at this particular meeting about fireworks, but I will bring it up at the next meeting.
And thank you. Counselor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I haven't been appointed to anything, so I really don't have any committees, et cetera, to report on. But I would like to mention that the committee of the whole meeting that we held here last Thursday was a very interesting meeting, and I'd like to thank the councillors who attended and the public who attended and who have communicated with me some of their observations and suggestions after that meeting. I learned quite a bit about how the administration is working or should work or used to work, I don't know. And I came away thinking that the day was probably well spent. And unfortunately, Mr. Poole doesn't have a very broad mandate to help us. He's got quite a lot of limits to what he can and can't do. And I had my own discussion with him the day before that on a one-on-one basis for an hour and a half. And it was not terribly useful because there were a lot of things that I wasn't allowed to talk to him about. And I think that was unfortunate. I had expected that he would come here, having been sent by the Inspector of Municipalities with the full rein to inquire into any matter, but that wasn't the case, unfortunately. Anyway, I just want to report that we did hold that as a committee of the whole. I don't know if there'll be any minutes will come out of that, or if they're coming later or coming not at all, but it needs to be recorded that we did spend the day here discussing municipal administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Vidal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've quite a lengthy report, so I'll do my best to shorten it up. September 6th, I attended a Citizens Advisory Committee meeting at Mountain Institution. September 17th, I attended the Terry Fox Run and Walk in Harrison and acted as MC for the event. And I certainly want to sincerely thank our volunteers, participants, and supporters for an exceptional event. Our committee set a goal of raising $5,000. This goal was met and exceeded, raising over $7,600 for cancer research. September eighteenth to twenty-second, I attended the UBCM convention in Vancouver. Your councillors were fortunate to secure meetings with 7 provincial ministers. Minister Ma, Emergency Management and Climate Readiness, where discussions surrounded the pressing need for our second evacuation route. We also met with the Minister of Housing, a discussion on Bill 43 and how it would affect our village. Met with the Inspector of Municipality staff and a discussion around our challenges implementing DCCs and whether the province would consider expanding and changing DCC guidelines to allow more flexibility. Met with the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure. Councillors requested and advocated for increased public safety measures along Hot Springs Road and Lillooet Avenue, including installation of flashing beacons. We met with the Public Safety and Solicitor General, where we advocated for the return of the seasonal policing program in Harrison. The minister was very receptive. Met with Minister of Jobs, Economic Development and Innovation, discussion and request to consider tourist safety in the context of emergency planning, and hopeful that the minister would consider expanding the scope of RMI funds to projects which include the safety of our visitors. In addition to meetings with this council, I attended 3 minister meetings with the Lower Merion Local Government Association Senior Executive Board. We met with the Minister of Finance to advocate for expanding property transfer tax and exemptions for nonprofits. Discuss vacant property taxes on commercial and industrial properties. Met with the Minister of Agriculture to advocate for increasing enforcement and provision throughout the province for illegal dumping of materials on agricultural land. Met with the Minister of Public Safety, discussion on the request to implement provincial cannabis tax revenue to be shared with local governments and consideration of the same for any e-gaming revenue collected from BC companies. September 26th, I attended a meeting of the Kent Harrison Joint Emergency Program Committee, and it was hosted here at Memorial Hall. Delegation by the Regional Director, Fraser Valley United Way, who presented a guide on communities who act as hosts to persons evacuated during a disaster. A report from the Emergency Program Coordinator on seasonal hazards this year from April to September, including lower snowpack levels, updates on cooling centers, statistics, and updates on forest fires in our local area. And also, as requested by the mayor, a discussion on a specific evacuation plan for Harrison. Regardless of a disaster would be to fall on Harrison, a joint effort from the emergency plan would be in place. A declaration of a state of emergency is declared by the mayor. In the absence of the mayor, the fire department can declare the emergency and begin the process as established by the emergency plan. Once the EOC is activated, all resource needs, including evacuations, is coordinated through the EOC, not each independent community. Should the need arise for evacuation in either community, Kent Harrison Search and Rescue have developed and maintained evacuation plans for both Kent and Harrison. Copies of these evacuation plans are stored now with Search and Rescue. The emergency plan, in my opinion, is a well thought out and comprehensive document which is revised as necessary. I have confidence in the ability of our 2 communities and first responders to coordinate and provide the necessary resources should it be required. I also provided an update on the Fire Smart program and the possibility of Harrison hosting a Fire Smart open house later this fall. Also, discussion on having the joint committee be designated and act as the local fire smart committee. September 27th, I attended a Lower Mainland Local Government Association strategic planning session, which was hosted by the city of Langley. On October 4th, I attended another Citizens Advisory Committee meeting at Mountain Institution. And I do want to make a note on some of the positive works of the inmates. In July, over $2,700 was donated by the inmates to the efforts in Ukraine. And inmates previously assisted with sandbagging during threats of flooding in Kent. October 14th, I attended the fire department open house. And on a final note, councilors attended the UBCM banquet. Councilor Facio was honored and presented his long service award and plaque. This award by UBCM recognized Councilor Facio's long service to our community as both mayor and councilor. I want to extend my congratulations to Councilor Facio on his 27 years of service, a most deserving recognition. And that is my report.
Thank you, Councillor Vidal. I just wanted to make one note. So with the Emergency Management Committee, there's an item on the agenda, or sorry, not on the agenda, there's a resolution of council that was supposed to be the establishment of our evacuation plan. I heard you made note that there is an actual evacuation plan. Why is it that none of us can see it? That would be my first question on that one. And there was also a resolution from council, and it's coming up here in a few minutes. And that is that the Kent Harrison Joint Emergency Response and Recovery Plan be referred to the next committee of the whole meeting. So that's going to be coming up again at our next committee of the whole meeting. So I look forward to that meeting. Thank you. Councillor Facio.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Ditto to what Councillor Vidal comments regarding the UBCM convention. This year's theme was called the Balancing Act. There was a very large number of over 2,000 delegates who attended this year, one of the largest numbers ever. And I must admit, it was a very rewarding meetings that we had with all the ministers for our community. And of course, we did have a joint, although we met separately because we had more time regarding the emergency route with the Minister Ma. So overall, a very rewarding conference. A lot of meetings were attended by councillors, and look forward to the next one. On the regional district side, not too much to report, but there was some points here of interest in regards to the FBRD now is going to be purchasing some 200 kits now for this radon testing. That's radon which can come out of the ground through your crawl space, and it can cause cancer. In 2023, radon testing within the Fraser Valley in Harrison and Kent, there was 18 kits distributed, but there were no major concerns in the testing for those areas. One of the highest concentrations of radon were measured in electoral area H, which is Coltis Lake. So the kits are with the regional district. If you wish to contact them, I believe they're free. They're $300 now to purchase. I think about $150 a piece, but I believe they're given out free. So that's on that score. On the other one, Yes, they're increasing it from 200 to 300 at a cost of about $10,000, which will be paid by the regional district. The other point was in regards to the transit improvement program initiatives. And of course, we're all looking forward to eventually having the Agassiz to Mission route. That's the last one to be serviced in this area. Hopefully that will be coming through soon. The operations, still one of the most used areas is the Express, Fraser Valley Express, that's used from Chilliwack. It's still one of the highest in revenue. In regards to revenue, the revenue is coming back to pre-pandemic times, so they're very happy about that, which will give an opportunity to spend more money on transportation. So hopefully our region will benefit from these extra monies, and they're also the Fraser Valley Regional staff to make an application for Canada's Rural Transit Solutions Fund planning stream to undergo a rural transit needs assessment for the accessible transit. So the regional district is putting in for a grant towards that, which is great. Make it easier for those who have problems getting on the buses. So basically, for now, that's about all from the regional district. I'm attending a meeting on Thursday. So other than that, thank you very much.
Thank you. I just have a question for you. So with the Fraser Valley Regional District, I just received correspondence from the province that they are starting to get feedback on the changes to the emergency management plan. Is that being discussed at the Fraser Valley Regional District meetings at all?
Not at the moment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next order of business, please. Councillor Vidal, can I just get you to turn your mic off? Just your mic. Thank you. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is reports from mayor.
Thank you. So I got a bunch of items here, and I want to start off here with something that you're going to see as we move through here in our council meetings, and that's the rules of law. I'm a strong believer in the rules of law, procedural fairness. It doesn't matter if you're wealthy or poor. Doesn't matter if I like you or don't like you. It doesn't matter if I like the project or don't like the project. Everybody gets the same opportunity to present whatever it is, whether it be a development, but everybody is treated equal. There's public process. There's very, very specific policies that we follow to ensure that. I believe that one of the biggest issues that we have right now is the main structure, the backbone of the operation of the village, and we need to get the rules in place so that there isn't all the different debates and different thoughts and ideas, and we seem to be heading in different directions. So I look forward to working with council on that, on updating our bylaws and policies, and I'm sure there'll be a lot more to do with that. The next item was, and some reason it's been so long since I've done a mayor's report. I almost believe I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. This was reading a book to elementary school kids in the park. So this is put on by the libraries, and it was held here in our elementary school here. And I was invited to read a book, and it was quite an eventful day. I expected it to be Harrison residents, Harrison kids. I didn't expect to have all the kids from Seabird and from the District of Kent. So there was I would say there was a few hundred people, but it was also on one of the hottest days of the year, and it was about 11 o'clock in the morning. So there I was supposed to be reading the book, and I was called Curious George. So it was quite eventful. The district trustee, Andrea, was in attendance. So we had a good conversation. I would really like to thank Andrea and the school district for allowing the kids to come into the school, into that nice air-conditioned gym. We couldn't have sat outside in those temperatures for that length of time. So again, thank you for everybody involved for that. And that is again for literacy. I had an opportunity, we've had a number of wildfires in the province here. In the Fraser Valley Regional District, their Emergency Operations Center opened up opportunity for myself to come down and see it in operation. So it's quite an event to see what how it all works, the number of people involved, the dedication to it. And the discussion at the time I was there was just the opening of the Trans-Canada Highway, and that was just after Boston Bar. So Fraser Valley Regional District, they do a great job of looking after the bigger picture all the way from Fraser, from Boston Bar to Chilliwack. I was very impressed. The next item was in a Letziemont C2C meeting. Our MP Brad Viss was in attendance. That was a good meeting. We had some good conversation. And the conversation of the evacuation route was top and center. Brad Viss his ears, and he was very attentive, so he clearly understands where we're at. I appeal our urgent concern to get this done. So he's in queue with that. The next item, say I must have had now at least maybe a dozen meetings with the province emergency management. So that would be with Minister Kang, which is Minister of Municipal Affairs, Minister Cullen, who is Ministry of Water Resources, and Minister Ma, which is Emergency Management. Ministry Ma is the one that I've spent most of my time, and I've been pushing hard for the evacuation route. Every mayor is involved in this meeting. It's only for mayors. So it gives a chance for all the other mayors in the community to talk and see what issues that they have at hand. So again, I really have been pushing strongly for the emergency evacuation route. It's interesting how things emerge here from being in the wildfire scene to the drought. We seem to forget the drought. We're very fortunate where we are, but still in a lot of northeastern BC, there are a lot of severe water shortages, which are going to affect food for not only the animals, but for us. So the emergency meetings are continuing on. The province sees us starting to move into possibly the atmospheric rivers and floods and slides. So it just keeps going. And I thought it was interesting, but not the meeting just the other day, but the meeting a few weeks back, that one of the most important issues especially in it being a resort community like ourselves, is that all of the media that the social media, like media of all sorts, to do with the conditions of the wildfires and the smoke in our province has scared away a lot of visitors. So some of these villages and cities and towns, but again, resort communities are hurting for a lack of visitors. So that's a huge loss to the economy of the province, and that usually gets the province minister's eyes. So there has been a lot of pressure from the mayors in that way. I can say that from what I have heard from our bylaw officer, we get reports is that the attendance here is this season here has been down quite dramatically. So it's interesting. Is it because of the wildfires? Is it, is it because of the smoke? Is it because of, there's lots of other political reasons, but it's an interesting thing to see. Next item I'd like to talk about, and I'm pleased to say, is that our QP collective agreement has been ratified. It's nice to see that everybody's got a contract in place. The unfortunate part about it is it took basically 2 years to get it done. It's a 3-year contract, so a year from now we're starting over again. But anyhow, I thank everybody involved in making that happen. It's nice to see that outside and the office QP members come to a nice agreement. Next item is the by-election. I just want to thank everybody that ran in the by-election. Anybody that puts their name down gets a lot of respect from me. And I personally would like to thank all of the members. And of course, I've already congratulated Councillor Allen. But it was nice to see there were 5 members of the community to put their name down for that. I was going to talk about the strategic plan, but I see it's further on the agenda here, so I'll leave that one. Next item I wanted to talk about was the use of Memorial Hall here for the extreme health or the extreme heat weather that shelter that this building here was opened up for. I believe it's the first time it's ever been opened up for it, but it was run by 100% volunteers. And thank you to all of the volunteers that kept this place open. I've heard rumors that it may have been a lot more tourists that used it. A tourist or not, if it kept a tourist from heat stroke, then that saved the ambulances and everybody else. But anyhow, I was pleased to see that it was opened up, and again, very grateful to all the volunteers for that. The next item was the Harrison Kent Historical Society. They have a newsletter out. There's a lot of good positive feedback. Their tourism is actually picked up tremendously. Their gift store has done very well this year. They're moving towards a strategic 5-year strategic plan too. But there's been some other things that some of us may have noticed, and that's the caboose that's in front of the old train station in Kent there. And it was a yellow color, which was not the original color of that caboose. So the volunteers got together, they made money, they came up and they worked together, and you'll see it now painted back to its original color, which happens to be, I believe it's called Caboose Red. And they got all the writing, the decals on it redone, and I think their next project now is to work on the restoration of the inside of it. The next item is the social club. It's nice to see the social club back in the hall here. I still think this hall here is way underused. I'd like to thank Allison she invited me to visit the members of the club. So I came down to visit the members. They were in the middle of a very good card game. So it was like, talk to the mayor interrupt or play my cards. It was a good conversation. I had an opportunity to meet a wife of one of our previous council members. Actually, I believe it would be an alderman. So this goes back quite a number of years. So it was quite an interesting conversation. So again, I hope to see the social club utilize this hall more. And I think we'll talk more about that when we get to further into our into the agenda here. I also attended the Terry Fox run, and that was with Mayor Pranger, and Councillor Vidal was the MC for that event. I thank her for that. Mayor Pranger made it sound like this was going to be moving over to be more of a Harrison event. I'm sure that they would still participate. So I look forward to seeing that come back, and again, most of that was done by volunteers. And I think Councillor Vidal just said, I think it was around $7,500 or something. Go ahead,
I
Councillor.
think more close to 7,600, although we don't have the absolute final totals yet, and that will probably still take a month or two to, if I also may, Mr. Mayor, comment on it permanently moving to Harrison. That will be under discussion next year when we organize it, but I do certainly want to emphasize that it's a joint run between Kent and Harrison, and it will remain that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Again, the number of organizers that put that together, the venue here of the run to, around the lagoon and then it went up to the wastewater treatment plant or the hot spring source and back. So it didn't involve any RCMP members to stop to block roads. I mean, it was well thought out. It's a good project. It was nice to see. Next item is I had an opportunity to meet the mayor of Kimberley, Don McCormick. He was down here with a member of the public who held a meeting here for the general public, and that was regarding how they fire smarted their community. They've been doing it for many years. They've got millions of dollars in resources, and it was a really, really good presentation that he put on. It was a PowerPoint demonstration. It talked a little bit about the difficulty of some people not understanding about clearing the bush means maybe having to take some trees down. And there's excitement, but in the long run, everything worked out well. Everybody was happy. And he has made this community, his community, which is also a resort community, to be one of the best fire smart communities there. So it was a great presentation. It was nice to speak with the mayor. And I thank him for, and we should all thank him for coming down and doing that presentation. And I also thank Mr. Buchanan for putting that on. Next. I'm trying to cut back some of the items here. So. Not going to talk any further about our council orientation meeting that we had with Mr. Poole here at our committee of the whole meeting last Thursday. Anybody that wants to, there's over 5 hours of listening and watching online. It's a long session. I think it was a good session. I look forward to that, but unfortunately, it looks like that part of the provincial assistance from the province on municipal affairs is coming to an end at the end of this month. And I just last item, I just would like to say thank you to the fire department volunteers, our fire chief, for the open house on last Saturday. It was nice to see. I think it was it's a good, nice community event. The number of kids that were there, the kids were lined up they had a booth there for if you want to be a volunteer firefighter. And I was standing further back behind and I didn't see the little thing that says under 12-year-olds only. But it's, these kids can be the future firefighters. For them to have the opportunity to climb in the trucks, put the gear on. The firemen had hats there. They had coloring books there for them. It was just it was a great community event, and I just like to again thank the fire chief and the volunteers that put that on. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is reports from staff.
You go ahead.
Thank you. The first report is from Kelly Ridley, who is our Chief Election Officer, regarding the 2023 municipal by-election results. The nomination period for the 2023 general local by-election was from August 1st to August 11th, 2023, and there were 5 candidates nominated for the office of councillor. On Monday, August 21st, 2023, the Chief Election Officer declared that an election by voting was to be held on Saturday, September 16th, 2023. The village provided 1 advance voting opportunity on Wednesday, September 6th, 2023, and there were 186 electors registered and voted on that day. General voting day took place on Saturday, September 16th, 2023, and there were 378 electors who registered and voted on that day. The village's electors were also able to request mail ballot packages by completing an application. The village issued 23 mail ballot packages. 16 were returned and certified for counting. Of the 7 not returned completed, 5 people chose to vote in person and not use their mail ballots. The 3 individuals who registered and voted at the advanced voting opportunity were contacted and requested that they return their mail ballot packages. And the 2 people who voted at general voting day brought their mail ballot packages into the voting place and gave them to the Chief Election Officer for record keeping. 2 mail ballot packages were not returned. As soon as possible after the close of voting on general voting day, the voting machines were put into report mode to print out the election results, and the mail ballots were counted by hand in front of all attending. The results were printed off and tabulated, and the preliminary by-election results were for the office of councillor that John Allen was the successful candidate with 205 total votes. The official election results were presented on Tuesday, September 19, 2023 at 9 a.m. in Village Office Council Chambers, and the results remain the same as was determined at the preliminary election results. The village had a 36% voter turnout, and Memorial Hall worked well as an election voting place. At the regular council meeting of November 7th, 2022, the Chief Election Officer reported on the 2022 general local election as follows. Election signage was prevalent throughout the community. The current sign bylaw under Section 2.1 General Requirements and Section 5.12 Election Signs do not align. Therefore, staff is recommending that provisions for election signage be removed from the sign bylaw and be included in the general election and other voting procedures bylaw. To date, the sign bylaw has not been amended to correct these inconsistencies, and therefore these 2 sections were not enforced for the purposes of the by-election. At that same meeting, council passed the following resolution: that staff bring forward draft amendments to remove the mail ballot voting provisions and include provisions for the placement of election signage in the general election and other voting procedures bylaw number 1121, 2022. During the 2022 general local election, 12 mail ballot packages were requested. During the 2023 general local by-election, 23 mail ballot packages were requested. Given this increase, staff is recommending that the provisions for mail ballot voting not be removed from the general election and other voting procedures bylaw. So the recommendation is that the results of the 2023 municipal by-election report be received and that staff bring forward draft amendments to the general election and other voting procedures bylaw number 1121, 2022 to include provisions for the placement of election signage.
So moved, Mayor Wood.
Do that again. Moved by Councillor Facio, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Discussion? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to support the resolution, of course, given the result. I am concerned, however, about the lack of clarity around the election signage. During the general election of last year, almost a year ago, I put out my signs and the village seized them all, and I had to go and reorder signs. And after that, they acknowledged that there was conflicting regulations in the election bylaw and the sign bylaw and gave me my original signs back. However, Um, having read these minutes and the minutes of the previous meeting, I still find that it's not clear what it is that we're instructing staff to do. Do we want more signs during the election or less signs during the election? Do we want to have a provision in the sign bylaw that election signage, at least municipal election signage, is exempt from sign regulations? Or are we trying to put a limit on the number of signs within our own bylaw? I just, from reading what I'm reading here, I don't know what it is we're trying to achieve. And I sympathize with any staff member who's trying to interpret this and get it right, because I think it's too vague for them to be able to come back and do whatever it is we want them to do, because we haven't been clear about what it is we want them to do. I'm not proposed we debate this at length tonight. I'm just saying that giving a vague direction to staff to bring something back sometime isn't really good enough. We need to be more clear about what it is we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vidal?
Thank you, Mayor. Wood, through you to staff. I do support the recommendations, but I'm just wondering if you can give me an idea of what those inconsistencies are and the difficulty that presented during the by-election. Thank you.
I'm going to refer that to Ken because I believe that he has it in, sorry? Yeah, because I believe he is going to be reviewing that in as part of our development review in our bylaws.
Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, council did provide direction that this is one of the bylaws that we have to look at to update. And I'm thanking the Chief Returning Officer for this report. This is the first time I've seen this or heard of this, even though there was a motion about from the last general election. So we will review everything, note the inconsistencies, and bring back a bylaw for councils with those 17 bylaws that you've asked us to look at and update.
Thank you. I look forward then to a draft because I think it's a needed one. You know, who knows when our next election will be, and it should be put in place prior to a next election. So thank you.
Further discussion? No,
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification,
Councillor Allen?
sorry, just for clarification,
Councillor Allen, you're out of order, sir.
sorry.
Councillor, I gotta go around the table. Councillor Jackson?
Oh.
Any discussion? Everyone gets a
Worship.
5 minute, everyone has a 5-minute opportunity. Sorry, Councillor Jackson?
Well, I've never had any problem with the bylaw at all.
Thank you. Councillor Facio, any discussion?
No, I'm good. Mayor Wood?
Thank you. So I'm gonna call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. No, nobody opposed. Next order of business, please.
The next report is item B, report of Chief Administrative Officer dated October 16th, 2023 regarding release of closed meeting resolutions.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. The intent of this report is to provide a report to council on the release of the resolutions from closed meetings. Recommendation that the following closed resolutions be received for information at the October 16th, 2023 regular council meeting. That due to a public safety concern for people and property, council authorized staff to have all 4 oak trees on Lillooet Avenue removed, and that council authorized staff to fund the tree removals and replacements from reserves. That staff be directed to research options, including costing, to make the oak tree removal area on Lillooet Avenue more aesthetically pleasing, and report their findings back to council. And that staff be directed with the to work with the contractor during the removal of the oak trees to determine whether there's any salvageable wood that can be saved for possible use in future beautification project at of the same area. And that the Kent Harrison Joint Emergency Response and Recovery Plan be referred to the next committee of the whole meeting. And that council accept the resignation of Fire Chief Trevor Todd, and that council appoint Curtis Genest as acting fire chief. And that Ms. Judy Duffus, Mr. Alan Garneau, and Mr. Robert Guimond, sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly, be appointed to the Advisory Planning Commission.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by Counselor Jackson, seconded by Counselor Bidell. Discussion, this is just for receipts, I believe. Yes, for information. Discussion, seeing Counselor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. I'm of course distressed to hear that the last 4 oak trees in Lillooet are scheduled for removal. And I have an opinion about that, and that is that they require maintenance. One dead branch fell down. Others will fall unless you go up there and do maintenance. But my main concern is,
Counselor, you're out of order on this. This is just right now, this is just for receipt. Further down in the agenda, you'll have the opportunity to present that.
but I had a question about receiving it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, I'll just state that very quickly.
Go ahead.
Why was this matter at a closed in-camera meeting, which is quite limited in what you can discuss in an in-camera meeting? And that was my question. I don't believe that it was an item that should have been dealt with in camera. I think it should have been dealt with publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. To our Chief Administrative Officer.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. The reason to bring this into close, it was because of the sensitivity around the tree removal. And it was, staff was seeking support from council before it was moved forward.
Thank you. Any further discussion on receipt? Seeing none, ready to call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes with Counselor Allen opposed. Next order of business, please.
The next item is item C, report of Chief Administrative Officer dated October 16th regarding the 2023 to 2026 strategic plan.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. The issue in front of council is to adopt the 2023 to 2026 strategic plan, establishing goals, initiatives, and actions to move the community forward. The Ministry of Municipal Affairs provided the Village of Harrison Hot Springs with a municipal advisor, Mr. Ron Poole, a neutral third party with 38 years of local government experience to assist council through the strategic planning process. Prior to council participating in the strategic planning process, staff prepared a community survey for residents to input their top strategic priorities for the community. The input was compiled into a list that identified the community's priorities in order of importance and their response to any questions. All public comments were presented to council prior to determining their strategic priority goals. At the Committee of the Whole meeting August 22nd, 2023, Mr. Poole guided mayor and council through the strategic planning process, which established a vision statement, mission statement, values, priorities, and goals. Council identified their top 5 priorities as public safety, organizational development, sustainable development, healthy, livable community, and environmental protection. Village staff prepared a final draft version of the 2023 strategic plan, which has been attached for council's consideration. Council should note that staff changed one word in the vision statement to add clarity to the statement. Recommendation that council adopt the 2023 to 2026 strategic plan.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by Counselor Passio, seconded by Counselor Bidell. Discussion? Counselor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I, of course, was not part of this strategic plan, but I did read it. And I did go back and compare it to the statements that we already make in our official community plan. And I found that it basically repeated what we said in the OCP. And so I came to the conclusion this was largely redundant. If we actually had been following the OCP for the last few years, we would be reminded that these are the objectives. So I'm trying to figure out why we have this when we have an OCP that says pretty much the same thing in maybe slightly different words. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? No. I would just like to comment on it. I think that it was done by Mr. Ron Poole, the appointed facilitator from the province. I think it was a good workshop. It was, I believe it was one of the first times that a strategic plan has ever been done in an open setting. I think it was conductive. It's something that the village has done. I'm sure they've done planning over the years, but there is nothing on record. So this now is something that actually becomes part of the record, the strategic plan. But part of it, I guess what I don't really like when I see this is it says it's 2023 to 2026 strategic plan. I believe a strategic plan should be a strategic plan. It should be 2023, period. So this plan can stay going as long as the next council or council after that or wherever after that. The strategic plan isn't just short term. It's just not what we are going to do in our short term. It's going to be what are we doing in the long term? Such as, and just to give you an example, I mean, we can look at the wastewater treatment plant, which is just right on the edge of our pristine water. Water one day is going to be gold. To have a sewage treatment plant on there, I can see 50 years from now, that's probably not the best place to be putting it. So over the years, the next 50 years, we should be starting to work towards possibly relocating it, redirecting it so that it goes to Agassiz and it goes to a different type of plant that Agassiz and Harrison work together on. I'm not talking about the specifics. I'm just talking about the foundation of how that works. We have to think long-term, not just the short term as we're here. And any of the infrastructure, and we talk about even with development, again, we can't just think of development of how we think of it now. It's got to be how we think of it, because that building's going to be there for another 50 years. So how is that going to look? How is it going to affect this village in 50 years from now? We have to protect the environment for the future generations. We have to protect the air we breathe, the precious lake that we have. We have one chance to preserve all this. And I think we'd really fall short to say that this strategic plan is only 2023 to 2026. So I would like to ask council as an amendment to this recommendation is that we adopt it with the year 2023 as our strategic plan. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Jackson. Further discussion on that? Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Well, now I'm confused. The planning horizon that we've always used in the official community plan has been for 25 years out. I don't really understand the difference between a strategic plan and official community plan. And if the planning horizon for this is only for 4 years, we're almost at the end of 2023 already. We're in the 10th month, 2 months to go, we're into 2024. There's not much point in renaming this as expiring at the end of 2023. We should at least have a year and set the priorities for that year. Our current official community plan actually does have a table of priorities for these items, and it sets out which of them were considered at that time to be the most important and that we should be working on. And that's one of the weaknesses I see in our planning process, is that we haven't gone back and reviewed our current official community plan to do a performance review to see what we have achieved and whether or not the priorities that we state in that plan and we state that to the public, that's almost a promise to the public what we as a council are going to be working on. And I don't see us having reviewed that to see whether or not we've fulfilled any of those promises, or if we haven't fulfilled them, why they haven't been fulfilled. So that's one of the reasons I find it confusing to compare a strategic plan and an official community plan, because in my mind, it's the joined up thinking and the long term that you have to consider for such basic things as sewer and water and infrastructure when you're considering strategic and official community plans. The OCP that is on the agenda for tonight will potentially more than double the residential population, but there are no plans in there to double the sewer and water capacity. And to me, that is just not good planning at all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Jackson is next.
Thank you, Your
Councillor
Worship.
Vidal next.
The OCP and the strategic plan are two different things. Strategic plan basically is a plan that you're planning the budget for the future 5 or 10 years out. And that way you find out what you need to do from your infrastructure, regardless of the OCP, looking to the future. Earlier this year, I did recommend that council have a 2 or 3 day retreat away from Harrison, so we could map out a strategic plan financially for this community, because this all boils around to money. And we can talk about all the OCP and all that kind of stuff, but we have to lay down what the priorities give the staff the opportunity to do their job to map out the future from that point of view. And I would recommend, Your Worship, that become a topic soon before the end of this year, so we can set up plans to have the strategic plan coming up in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vidal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo a lot of Councillor Jackson's comments. But through you, I'm going to pose a question to Mr. Cossey, who I believe has done some work in the past on strategic planning. Am I correct, Mr. Cossey, in saying that strategic plans, although they provide for longer term goals, they also focus more on actual actions to be taken, and it gives staff some direction on where council would like to go over the next 3 or 4 years, where an OCP basically is just a guiding document, although it does contain goals and initiatives. And am I on the right track with understanding the difference between OCPs and strategic plans? Thank you.
Go ahead, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, a strategic plan is generally something that you've been alluded to, where you're looking out over the future to come up with some sort of actionable thing that you figure that the community wants or needs somewhere in the next 5, 10, 15, whatever number of years that you would like to make the strategic plan applicable for. Whereas the official community plan is a policy document that guides land use development. So that's one specific little issue. A lot of people, unfortunately, a lot of municipalities throw everything into their official community plan. And that's not a wise thing to do, because it states right in the legislation that it's a policy document. Whereas a strategic plan, once it's accepted by council, becomes a focus of, we're moving in this direction. We want staff to have this done by whatever year. We want this done by whatever year. And we want this done by whatever year. And the official community plans or land use planning documents, even though some people like to see the official community plans out for 20 years. There's some that have been out there. For example, the Regional District of Mount Waddington has their interim zoning bylaw that was adopted in 1967. And guess what? It's still there. But then there's other municipalities that have gone through an official community plan process, and then the council didn't like it, so they started again after 3 years. So there's no set date for official community plans or land use planning documents.
Thank you, Mr. Cossey. That was very helpful. Thank you.
Counselor Facio?
Thank you. Mayor Wood, just to go back onto Councillor Allen's comments regarding the OCP, and there's never really been a revision of what's been completed or done through the OCP over the years, but several of the priorities.
Counselor Facio, I'm going to call you out of order here.
Yeah.
I just keep to the strategic plan.
Oh, sorry, okay.
We'll go OCP. Thank you. Anything further, Counselor Facio? I just, I guess there's an amendment on the table here, and I want to pass that. And then I guess I would like to actually put another motion on the table as far as what are the next steps? Does staff need direction from council as far as going to the next steps, which would be setting the specific goals and objectives that would follow our strategic plan? Our Chief Administrative Officer would like to talk about that.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. If council were to adopt this strategic plan, it will give staff a direction on what to, there's a number of action items that that can be achieved in fairly short order, such as updating master plans and such. So the strategic plan itself is what advises staff the direction council's looking, and we'll look for opportunities in there if it has to do with funding, or if they're specific to, like I said, master plans. That will be our process, and of course that will guide our process for the budget for next year as well.
Thank you. Just to elaborate on that a little bit more. I understand our strategic plan is very high level, and it should be high level. But I guess what I'm interested in is the next step from council or from staff themselves. So you talked about some projects. Are you looking at getting and giving council the next 3 years, 5-year term of what projects are on the plan? And this will be presented at a committee of the whole meeting where council has an opportunity to discuss all of these plans? Or are we going to just all of a sudden see a plan show up on an agenda? To our Chief Administrative Officer, please.
Well, that's, I guess that'll be up to council whether they want to give us specific direction, but the idea of the strategic plan is for the high level direction of council is meant to guide staff and to look for opportunities. Now, we will, the update of the master plans will, and our asset management will look toward capital projects that we would be bringing to council, of course, for approval. But that would be our process. Does that answer your question?
Somewhat. I mean, I'm a process person and I just like to get what the next step. I think the strategic plan is not perfect, but I think it's a good start. I think it gives staff the high level of what's needed, but I'm interested in finding out where staff are going to take that to. In my vision, it would be goals and objectives. So I would like to see goals and objectives from staff once this strategic plan has been adopted. Would our CEO like to comment on that at all?
Well, as I mentioned before, we do have a budget cycle coming up and we'll be presenting that to council, which obviously we're hoping to get that done or started either in mid-December, sorry, early December or early January. which will be able to, out of Cal, will be able to bring projects that are identified to council for consideration.
So just to be clear, council do not need further direction from council. Staff do not need further direction from council.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, so again, the recommendation is on the table here is that council adopt the 2023 strategic plan as amended, and that was to remove the 2026. That was moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Finished discussion. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion as amended passes with Councillor Allen opposed. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is the report of Community Services Coordinator regarding the Resort Municipality Initiative.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. The background information on this topic is at a prior committee of the whole meeting on June 12th, 2023, council passed the following resolutions. That the synthetic rink operation and future projects associated to it be discontinued, and that the matter be referred back to staff to investigate whether the synthetic rink can be sold due to it having been purchased with RMI funds. In conjunction with representatives from the province, staff conducted a review of our RMI funding agreement that we have. Section 8 of the agreement states the following, with the recipient being the village. Upon completion of the project or projects, the recipient will retain title to and ownership of the assets resulting from expenditures made to carry out the projects and will maintain and operate the assets. Accordingly, the village does not have the ability to sell the synthetic rink and must continue to operate this asset. The synthetic rink is outlined in our resort development strategy upon which the RMI funding is based. In order to amend any of the planned RDS projects, the village would need to apply for approval from the province. The Village of Harrison Hot Springs has participated in the RMI program since 2012 and is one of 14 resort municipalities in the province who are fortunate to participate in this program. Although the RMI program is ongoing, it is broken up into 2 terms, with each term requiring the completion of an RDS. The RDS identifies the community's vision, goals, and projects in support of RMI program objectives for a 5-year term. The RMI funding is based on the projects identified in the RDS. The RMI funding agreement lists the obligations that the recipient, the village, must adhere to, such as completing the identified projects within the allotted timeline. The Village of Harrison Hot Springs is grateful to the province of British Columbia for the funding to support our tourism-based economy, and we recognize that RMI funding supports services that are above and beyond what a municipality of our size would otherwise be able to provide. The recommendation from this report is that the Resort Municipality Initiative report dated October 16th, 2023 be received for information.
I move receipt.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Vidal. Discussion? Councillor, you're close. Councillor Vidal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly want to thank our Community Services Coordinator for your report. I was actually previously one of the councillors who did not agree with reinstating the rink. And the reason for that was we seemed to have losing funds. But anyways, my point is that given that the points that have been raised in this report, and also reading the letters of the support from businesses, it's clear to me that our rink must stay and be installed and erected once again. One of the obstacles that we did face was the inability to secure a contract for the skate rental and concession stand. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to our CAO, that will staff be advertising once again this season to secure a contract for opening up the concession stand? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Through you to Councillor Vital. We're actually exploring a couple of options. One may include hiring a part-time staff. And we're exploring other options, possibly having an individual or a company assist us through the season.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to vote to receive the report, but we're into a discussion which may require another resolution. And I have a suggestion, but I'm not sure if we should be voting first to receive the report before we discuss it further.
Thank you.
And that's what I'd like to do, is to call for the vote so the report is received in order that we can discuss it.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the Councillor Facio? Okay, so I will call. I'm just going to call for a receipt then. Are we ready to call for a receipt?
Yeah.
Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes with the mayor opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor.
I'd now like to talk about the report, having received it. I actually have a resolution, and I'm concerned about the cost of this. And I think that maybe there's a better way that we can have the Starlight skating rink operated. And my resolution for discussion is that the businesses wanting the artificial skating rink to operate this winter be invited to lease the equipment from the village and to form a business partnership to operate it. And if I can, I guess I'd need a seconder for the motion in order to have discussion.
Do I have a seconder? I'll second it for discussion.
May I
Discussion?
speak to the motion, Mr. Mayor?
5 minutes, sir.
5 minutes. It
Councillor
won't take me 5 minutes.
Councillor Allen.
I think that there is potential for this to work. And I think that we have a business community in Harrison Hot Springs who have all of the skills. They have all of the management skills to organize it, get it up and running, market it, promote it. And it's very much according to their correspondence and their interest that that happen. And I would like to give them the opportunity to demonstrate to us and the rest of the community their business skills and how they can operate it. We've had a lot of criticism over the last couple of years about how the village managed it. So I'd like to pass the opportunity on to them. I'm talking about a nominal lease fee. Maybe we charge them $1,000 for all of the equipment. They put it together, they put it up, they run it, they take it down and put it back in the container. And we get $1,000 for the use of it. That saves us having to sell it, and it makes use of the equipment. So that's my suggestion, is that we give these business people who've written these letters the opportunity to show us what they can do. Thank you.
Further discussion, Councillor Bidell.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Appreciate your comments, Councillor Allen. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to Community Services Coordinator, I'm just curious as to whether you know that that kind of a arrangement would be permissible under the RMI agreements, or if you don't know at this time and need to inquire, perhaps you could get some clarity on that for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Through yourself to Councillor Vidal. I believe from my reading of the contract, as long as we are still the ones who are retaining the asset and operating it, that I don't believe there would be restrictions on, it would be similar to me as to how it was a contractor in the past. But I could definitely go to them to ensure clarity on that topic.
Thank you then. I would also like to put a motion on the table then.
There is yes, there is a motion. Counselor Allen has a motion.
You're right, my apology, Mayor.
Further discussion on Counselor Jackson?
Thank you, your worship. The businesses in Harrison aren't in the business of operating a skating rink. They're in the business of running it. We do not have a collection of businesses here that have the time in order to do this. I mean, we have the RMI money. We have the opportunity to do it, for someone to operate it. I think you're looking at something that we can't do. You can't ask businesses to run it operating. If Mr. Allen wants to run it, that would be fine with me. But other than that, I just think it's a situation we just have to leave it up to staff, let them get on with their job and see what happens in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Facio, did you have comment on that?
No, I believe, when we first, got the ring going, we did offer the businesses, if they wanted to take over the concession part of it, to run the concession and, the skating portion of it as well, but they didn't appear to be interested at that time. And I believe, like our community services coordinator just said, I believe they're pretty strict in the RMI contract, what we can and what we can't do with that skating rink. So it's there in black and white. It's our responsibility, it's our asset, and we own it. And I don't think you can sort of just hand it out to be leased or whatever you want to do with it. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a few comments on it. And I'm gonna just start with the funds which have not been used, and that is to put a cover on this rink and to have fire pits and to put in a concession. I don't know the exact amount, but it's somewhere around $500,000. It's my understanding that staff have recently been in communication with the province regarding the MRI funding, and it appears verbal authorization has been given that we can redirect those funds to the evacuation route. One of our next steps in the evacuation route is going to be to fund it. We are going to have to fund it. This monies may be able to be directed totally to that evacuation route. So I think that the number one priority right now is this evacuation route, get it open. And then we have to talk about who's going to operate and who's going to maintain this evacuation route. There won't be a large amount of money required, but there will be monies required for it. And it's my understanding it'll be a responsibility of Kent and Harrison's for that. So the amount of money that we're spending for operating the rink would be appropriately used for keeping our evacuation route open.
Excuse me, Mayor Wood, I apologize for having to
No, sir,
interject.
sir, you're out of order. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
As I continue on here, I am absolutely in disagreement of our chief administrative officer's comment that the RMI funding must be operated by a municipality. When one reads the contract, I read contracts, I've read contracts all my life. It doesn't say must. There are a lot of legal words that are in there. There are a lot of things that we could say when you look at the funding on it that we must operate. There's a lot of things that don't even operate. They are just either an object like a fire pit, a cover. We are responsible for the maintenance of it. The operation of it is a very, very gray zone. And I think that this is being misinterpreted. And I think that we as council had made a decision to get rid of this rink, and the decision comes back. We have half a dozen letters from some communities, businesses that say they want to save the rink. These are all the same template letters that all came from one place, tourism, Harrison River Valley. So I'm disappointed that it actually comes around. I think again, and I know Councillor Jackson has said here, we keep going around in circles. We got to quit going around in circles. The decision was made to eliminate the rink. If we can't sell it, we can't sell it. Maybe we can give it to, as Counselor Allen is discussing, to another community group who is willing to take it on, operate it, and maintain it. But again, I'm tired that we keep going around in circles on this, and I think that the money would be much more appropriately spent on this evacuation route. That said, I call the question on Counselor Allen's motion, which I'm sorry, sir, if you could, Counselor, if you could help me read that one back out again.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Is there a chance to ask one small question for clarification? Or not?
No,
Well,
The
it
question-
was just a comment made by Councillor Jackson about the use of the RMI funds, and I want to be clear in my mind. And I understand that we cannot use RMI funds to cover our operating costs and losses on the rink. That has to come from general revenue from the taxpayers of Harrison. Am I correct in that?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to know. So the resolution that I stated is that the businesses wanting the artificial skating rink to operate this winter be invited to lease the equipment from the village and to form a business partnership to operate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was moved by Counselor Allen, seconded by Counselor. Sorry,
By you, Mr. Mayor.
thank you. I'm getting mixed up with the one above it here. There's too many all in this little piece of paper. Got our discussion, call that question, all in favor? Opposed? Opposed by Counselor Jackson, Counselor Vidal, Counselor Facio. And motion fails. So I want to just move that the funding that was to be used for the rink cover, for the fire pits, and for the concession stand washrooms be redirected to fund the evacuation route subject to the provincial's authorization. Do I have a seconder for that? Seeing that, motion fails. Next door,
Mr. Mayor, I was just reading my notes.
motion failed. Next item, please.
I was considering seconding your motion, but I was trying to understand it. Could you restate it,
Point of
please?
order, Mr. Mayor, you've called it already.
Thank you. Next order of business, please. E, next item.
The next item is report of Community Services Coordinator regarding Health and Wellness Fair.
Thank you, Mayor Mayorwood. At the regular council meeting of July 10th, council passed the following resolution: that staff work with residents to discuss having a health and wellness fair in the spring of 2024. A bit of background information on this topic. The Village of Harrison Hot Springs hosted a health and wellness fair on May 26, 2012 from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. here at Memorial Hall. The event included a walk around the lagoon, children's activities, and presentations from local health professionals. This event was free for members of the public to attend. The recommendation coming back to council is that the Community Services Coordinator be authorized to work with the Age-Friendly Committee and community volunteers to plan a health and wellness fair to be held on Saturday, April 13th, 2024 at Memorial Hall.
Do I have a mover? Moved by Counselor Allen, seconded by Counselor Vidal. Discussion? I'm just a little confused on it here. So to me, the resolution that was there was that staff work with residents to discuss having a health and wellness fair in the spring of 2024. And this is a recommendation that we've already approved it and set the date. So how did we go from a resolution that says we were going to discuss having it versus actually having a specific date? My understanding was the purpose of this was hopefully to go through our age-friendly committee, or some other form of committee. And that was to discuss whether this should be part of the village's, if the village should be involved in this at all. I mean, this would normally, an event like this, a trade show, would be done by the resort itself or some of the other businesses here. So I don't know why we're getting a business to compete with them and why we'd be giving them a free place. I mean, there's money to be made in trade shows. And if there's money to be made, we should be making some money, and maybe it can go to the, one of the societies, that use this hall for funding of for some other event. So I can't support this recommendation. So the motion was moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Vidal. There's no further discussion. Ready to call the question? All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes with the mayor opposed. Next item, please.
The next item is report of Community Services Coordinator regarding rural economic diversification and infrastructure and active transportation infrastructure grants program.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. There are 2 upcoming grant opportunities available that could support the implementation of active transportation routes identified in the 2019 Road, Bridge, and Active Transportation Plan, and in support of the Experience the Fraser project. Active transportation refers to human-powered forms of transportation, including but not limited to walking, cycling, or using a wheelchair. Active transportation is an important component of an age-friendly community, which the Village of Harrison Hot Springs is. Experience the Fraser is a recreational, cultural, and heritage project that extends along the Lower Fraser River corridor, connecting Hope to the Salish Sea. The ETF concept plan includes a 9-kilometer loop starting at the entrance to the Village of Harrison Hot Springs. Current funding streams accepting applications to support these initiatives include the Rural Economic Diversification and Infrastructure Program, up to $1 million, and the British Columbia Active Transportation Infrastructure Grants, up to $500,000. By combining these 2 funding streams, the village would be able to make improvements to our roads, surface treatment, increase safety for cyclists and pedestrians, which could include painted bike lanes and crosswalks with beacons, install signage to recognize and promote the Experience the Fraser Trail network, and install end-of-trip facilities that can be utilized by all residents and visitors, such as secure bike parking and bicycle repair stands. The recommendations put forward are that staff be authorized to submit a grant application to the Rural Economic Diversification and Infrastructure Program for up to $1 million, and that staff be authorized to submit a grant application to the British Columbia Active Transportation Infrastructure Grants Program for up to $500,000.
Thank you. I'm going to split those 2. So do I have a mover that staff be authorized to submit the grant application to the Rural Economic Diversification and Infrastructure for up to $1 million? Do I have a mover on that? Moved by Councillor Facio, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Allen?
I apologize. I've had trouble finding the detail that we are applying for the $1 million. Was that an adopted report, or was that a consultant report? Or what exactly are we applying for here? I'm not opposed to applying for grants. I'm all for that. But I'd like to be clear what exactly it is we're proposing to do, and I haven't found that in the documentation. That the economic diversification, for instance, our only industry in this village is hospitality and tourism. And unless there's some plan to diversify into light manufacturing or some other industry, we're quite limited in what we can do with that money. And I would expect that the people in Victoria we're handing out the grants, we want to see a detailed plan of what it is we propose to do with the money. And I, at the moment, don't understand what it is we're proposing to do with $1 million. And I wondered if that is something that we have yet to develop and agree on, or is it already in place somewhere? And I just haven't found it. I've only been on the job for 2 weeks, so give me a chance.
Thank you. Good stuff. To our Chief Administrative Officer.
I'm going to defer that to our Community Services Coordinator.
Thank you. The amounts listed on this report are the funding maximums as put forward by the granting programs. The proposed project, the Experience of Fraser, would be tying in different components. The Rural Economic Diversification Infrastructure Program, or REDIP, does only cover certain categories. That is why the proposed concept would require applying for both of these two funding streams, as certain aspects of the project wouldn't necessarily fit in certain aspects.
Thank you, Counselor. Any further discussion? I have some questions.
So just for clarity, we're now just voting on the Rural Economic Diversification Program.
For the 1
That's,
million.
that's the motion on the floor?
Yes, it is for the $1 million.
Thank you.
That the two motions were separated. So I have some questions. So there's reference here to the active transportation plan of 2019. To our Chief Administrative Officer, can you confirm, was that actually in a plan adopted by council, or has it only been received by council?
To the best of my knowledge, it was adopted by council because we've been using this to seek opportunities such as this.
Do we actually have a resolution that actually states that? I can't find anything in my when I had a look at it.
I cannot confirm that.
Thank you. The documents that I have in front of me shows that it's receipt only. So I guess my concern, and I'm going to go back to, what I said in the mayor's report here, and getting the public involved, process policies. I think to spend, or not spend, but to get these two grants for a bike lane. I've had more emails on this subject than I think on any other subject in the village. And I have not had one person that supports the project. So my next question would have been, if it was actually adopted by council, to our Chief Administrative Officer, can you confirm if the public have been engaged in this master plan?
With respect to the preparation, I can't speak to that because that was before my time.
Thank you. So that concerns me. And again, I've heard no support for this, for the bicycle lane. When you look at the bicycle lane, and yes, one of the options happens to go right down the front of my street. So it's going to turn Alder Avenue into a one-way street, even though it will be two-way traffic, but there'll be a bike lane painted green on each side of the street. So the idea is to force everybody to go right down the center of it. I can't believe that something like that would even be proposed for our small little village like this. The bike lane that I can see that's here is talking about going down or starting at Eagle. I guess it would be Eagle and Lillooet and heading up towards the bridge. And that from even the active transportation plan isn't even identified on there as as one of the first routes. So I don't know how that came about. And then we have the Miami River bicycle lane here. I mean, anyone that goes down Miami River, goes down the Miami Drive there, will see the width of it, and I just don't see us painting green symbols and bicycle things and white lines. We can't even paint the white lines for our stop signs. I just find that I just don't know where this has come from. And then it's to continue the bike lane to go from the McCombs Bridge, all the way up to McPherson. And then it talks about rehabilitation of the asphalt on McPherson. And when you look at the active master plan, it shows that McPherson is going to be the main in and out of all traffic for the village. I'm sure Councillor Vidal can tell you, as she lives on that street, that there's not many cars that probably use that. So if that's going to be our main in and out road, I mean, I just think we haven't thought this out. And I think without even the transportation plan, again, now we don't even know if it was been adopted by council or if the public have been involved. I think we have to do and go backwards and have a look at that and get the public involved. Even though it's 2019, so it's 4 or 5 years old. But again, this project, when I look at the actual active transportation of it, it looks like it's for downtown Surrey or the downtown Vancouver, and I can't see how that would fit into into our village. The other part about it was that when I looked online and I looked at the grant applications, and it says that it does not include any sidewalks, which is really unfortunate because we don't even have the basics. It would be nice to have a sidewalk that we could actually walk from the beach and walk all the way down to, if we could make it all the way to McPherson, that would be great. But even if we could make it to McCombs Bridge at Eagle, or sorry, at Miami Drive there. I think there's so many other places that we really need to be concentrating on. And the other thing that caught my eye was that only 70%, and I don't know, there's these two different grant applications, so I'm not sure on it, but that still involves a significant amount of money that has to be paid for out of the village. And from my preliminary looking at it, it's over $150,000. So this isn't just free money. This is not, and free money isn't free money. It still comes from the province, even though we may not pay for it here in our taxes. But now we have another $150,000 on this here. So I can't support that McPherson that just be repaved. I mean, you got a big ditch on the one side. It's my understanding the actual property, or sorry, the district of Kent and Harrison, the line is right in the middle of the road. So technically Kent owns one side and we own the other. I don't know if there's truth to that. But even that alone, then if we're going to start to asphalt that, then we're going to have to put drainage in, and we got, I just can't support an application. I think this application for a grant, again, I look forward to any grant applications, but I think we need to take a step back on this one here. So I would like to see that staff review and come back to council with another option. That being said, I believe the deadline is in two weeks. It's fairly quick. So, Councillor Vidal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regarding McPherson and the 9 or 10 years that I've lived there, I can say there has been an increase in traffic along the road. You are absolutely right that half of McPherson is owned by Kent and half of it is owned by Harrison. Luckily, I live on the Harrison side of it. But I will tell you that in the past, when snow removal has been done, District of Kent will plow their half of McPherson, get down to the end, lift up their blade and come back the same way and leave my half unplowed. So I also have received many emails and messages from residents regarding their concerns about bike lanes and other items that you've mentioned. I personally think that it's important to point out that, in my opinion, this is only a recommendation to authorize submission for the grant. And I believe that further discussion on the appropriate use of those funds would include input from the public and motions by council. And that would be decided in the future. Should the grant application be successful. A few years ago, we also conducted a lagoon master plan, which recommended to look at the possibility of a bike lane around the lagoon walkway. So I think my feeling is let's go ahead and apply for the grant. And we can decide afterwards if we're going to use current infrastructure such as, you know, the lagoon walkway or the Coombs walkway, and, you know, incorporate a bike lane somewhere along there. I think we could look at it more in depth once we got heard that the grant was approved. So my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm just going to respond to that there. And I think that's something that happens on a lot of these, a lot of grant applications. So when the grant application comes through, if we approve as council, the grant application, we're approving the project. So in a grant application, it's not just like a pool of money like that we got from the province 6 months ago. That was a pool of money that we can spend on how we feel. We can talk about that and deal with. This is a grant application for a specific project. That information is going to have to be put in that application. So again, when you review that application, you will see there is no room for public input. When this comes back, if this grant is given, it will come back and it will be as per what was in the active transportation plan, which does Miami Drive, it does Eagle and McCombs and McPherson. That will be the only thing that'll come to council will be is when it actually goes out for bids, and then it will be a council decision as far as the successful bidder. So again, we've missed the people in this process, and I think that we've got to start listening to the people. This isn't just a matter about getting the money up front. If it was, I would definitely be in support of it. Thank you, Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd be one of those people that got missed, because I recall when this active transportation plan came to council, and you're correct, in my memory, it was only received, it wasn't approved. And when I tried to tell council about many of the shortcomings in the plan, including the fact that they got the schedule of streets completely wrong, and they'd missed including the objectives that we already agreed on in our OCP were not in the active transportation plan. I was told that it was only preliminary and there would be extensive public discussion before it was finalized and approved by council. Well, none of that has happened. And so this, I think it was CTQ that produced this. This CTQ plan has sat there on the shelf for the last 5 years or something and hasn't been opened or reviewed. And I think that it needs a serious review, because there are many things that we have agreed on as a community, including the paving of the Miami River Greenway and the pathways leading out from the school, the second footbridge at the end of Maple Street across here to Miami River Drive, that need to be in there, and they're not in there, and they should be in there. So to my mind, this is taken off in the wrong direction, and it's not fulfilling the needs of the community the way it stands. If there's some way that we can amend that plan or amend our application to be broader and to drop some of the silly notions out of the CTQ plan, then I think this would be our opportunity to do so. Just because we got a consultant report from somebody in Kelowna doesn't mean we have to include all that in our application. We, in fact, could take the consultant's report and ignore 50% of it, and then put in the things that we know need to be done, such as the footbridge, the paving, the pathways, etc. It's our application after all, it's not their application. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to call the question. So it was moved by Councillor Facio, second by Councillor Jackson, and that staff be authorized to submit a grant application to the Rural Economic Diversification and Infrastructure for up to $1 million. Are you ready to call the question? All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes with the mayor opposed. The next recommendation. The staff be authorized to submit a grant application to the British Columbia Active Transportation Infrastructure Grants Program for up to $500,000. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Bidell, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Any further discussion on this one? Councillor Allen.
Yes, again, Mr. Mayor, at the risk of repeating myself, there are many things in here that I think are ridiculous and that we don't need or want in the village of Harrison Hot Springs. And I think that we should by all means make an application, make it as general as possible. If there's an opportunity to fine tune the application and remove those elements from the CTQ report, I think we should do that too. I just don't, I mean, I'm all in favor of grants, and you should know that the Miami River Drive and all of those roads in the Wask subdivision were built by the developer much wider than the village required in the subdivision bylaw. And having been on the APC, actually I was the mayor whenever that was eventually approved. The argument made by the developer was that if they built the road 100 feet wide or whatever it is, they wouldn't need to put sidewalks in there. And the village council went for that plan, and that's why there are no sidewalks in the Wask subdivision streets. And that's why we, following that debacle, have insisted on sidewalks in all developments since that time. So just a little background. So I'm in favor of applying for the grant. I'm not in favor of many of the elements that are in the CTQ report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Facio.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I believe that the active transportation plan, as several councillors have said, this can come back and rediscuss. Probably it's not the perfect plan. Most plans are never perfect, and they do need some reviewing, that's the word to use, and what we can do and what we can't do. As you quite rightly said earlier on, some of these companies think we're a big city or a big town, and we're a little village. And I mean, when we're talking about bike lanes, I mean, you have to take out of the equation Alder, Pine, Emerald, Echo, and Miami River. Not Miami River, Naismith out of that equation. Because they're narrow streets, you've got ditches, the whole works. You're pretty much left with the McCombs, Eagle McCombs. And years ago, there was a Dr. McIntosh who started the healthy communities in this area. And part of this was not just to go to the doctor because you're sick, but healthy communities was to promote outdoor activities. And one was the bicycle trail from Gulf Road to go down McPherson and down McCombs Drive, because it was a safer road for traveling than the number 9 highway there. So that was a plan that was put in place by the District of Kent, and Harrison worked on it together. And that was the idea of having a bicycle trail through the village, but going down McCombs instead of going down the number 9 highway. So I'm not, I think we have done this before with grants. If you find that you can't use the grant for exactly what you put it in for, you can ask the province if you can change that. And I've known through a couple of grants over the years, they normally say, yes, you can change it. Thank you.
Thank you. To our community services manager.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments. One of our big goals has been trying to take some of these prior plans that have been sitting on the shelf, as Councillor Allen said, and trying to find funding opportunities to realize them. If the desire of council is, as a starting point, that we look at funding for updating those plans, then that can be a focus point of staff instead of putting forward grant applications that may not fit the desires of council. That would just need to be coming back a bit more directly from council either tonight or at a further meeting so that we have a bit more clear direction, as what we have been working on is trying to keep progress moving forward and be looking for any opportunities that may arise that could financially support the village. Thank you.
I thank you. That was a great response. I think that we should actually take a step back. I think that, again, the public weren't engaged in this. There appears to be no public hearing process of it. Just because the money is there, and again, it's not all there. A lot of this is, some of this is going to have to come out of the village coffers. And I think we really need to rethink about this. It's not just free money. So in my understanding, when I looked at the applications for these, that there was a huge section in there which required the public participation process. And as if we've had no public participation, I can't see that this grant would even have any chance of succeeding. I thank you for the comment of that staff just need the direction. But the motion on the table right now is, and I'll read it out again, is that staff be authorized to submit a grant application to the British Columbia Active Transportation Infrastructure Grants Program for up to 500,000. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes with the mayor opposed. Next item, please.
Item G is report of Community Services Coordinator regarding Community Emergency Preparedness Fund.
Go ahead.
Thank you. There are several upcoming grant opportunities available through the province of BC's Community Emergency Preparedness Fund. This is a suite of funding streams intended to support First Nations and local governments to better prepare for disasters and reduce risks from natural hazards in a changing climate. These fundings are provided by the province of BC and administered by UBCM. There are a few current funding streams accepting applications, which include for volunteer and composite fire departments, equipment and training, disaster risk reduction climate adaptation for up to $5 million for structural activities, emergency support services, equipment and training up to $30,000, and emergency operations centers, equipment and training up to $30,000. These grants are a bit more straightforward and would provide direct funds for us to increase our resiliency towards disaster management. So there are a few recommendations, each broken out separately for each of the grant funding streams with the appropriate maximums as per the grant. Would you like me to read them all?
That's okay.
Thank you, Mayor Wood.
I was thinking of breaking them up. And maybe if I could ask if you could just give a little bit more explanation for each one of them.
Yes, absolutely. May I just refer to my paper from UBCM here quickly?
Yes, you bet.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. The first one is for volunteer and composite fire departments, equipment and training. I have been in contact with the acting fire chief Curtis Genest, and I'm waiting to hear back on some needs that the fire department may have to apply for this funding. It can include new or replacement fire equipment, as well as training for the volunteer fire department officers. And those resources and tools could apply for both structural and interface fires. It is based on our current level of service.
So this would be done, this grant application then would be done in coordination with the fire chief then?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Okay, so do I have a mover? This is for the first one. The staff be authorized to submit a grant application to UBCM's volunteer and composite fire department equipment and training program for up to $30,000. Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Facio. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. No.
Mr. Mayor, is this training that we can conduct in our own fire hall, or is this training that will be conducted elsewhere where we send the people out?
To our corporate officer, or sorry, to.
And if we are sending people out, how far are we sending them? Because I recall a couple of years ago that we were sending firemen from Harrison Hot Springs to Texas for training, which I found incredible. So I really think that if we are doing this, I'd like to ask, are we just handing $30,000 over, or do we have any control over how the money is spent?
To our community services manager.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. To answer Councillor Allen's question, the maximum for the grant is $30,000, and I think that that just would need to be broken down as to what the fire department's needs currently are. He did not identify any courses that would require any kind of travel in our discussions that we've had so far. And then it still would be up to the village office to manage and oversee the payment of the grant.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I have a supplementary question. So one of my suggestions has been that while our fire department is excellent and all good things we said about our volunteers and the work they do, they've always been trained to respond to structure fires, houses going on fire, apartments, hotels, whatever. They have zero training on wildlife fires or bush fires. They have no equipment for bush fires. And in fact, on the bush fire at Killers Cove Marina a couple of years ago, our fire department volunteers were told they weren't allowed to go off the blacktop to put the fire out. That's which I found incredible. And my suggestion was that we actually form a unit within the fire department of not necessarily the same firemen trained on structural fires, but people who are trained to deal with bush fires and wildfire situations, possibly people who've worked in the bush and know their way around. And I'm asking, would this grant application for $30,000 allow us to perhaps equip and train a special group of firemen who would respond to fires in the woods within the village boundaries, of course, or as assistants to Kent if it happens to be up Rockwell? And I wonder if if staff knows if that would be an eligible expenditure. Thank you.
To our community services manager, can you comment on that at all, or?
They do mention interface fires in the application. I do know that it's a complex relationship between BC Wildfire and local fire departments whenever there is interface fire in the forest area. But like I mentioned, it does state that they are trying to equip communities as well as they can, knowing that sometimes BC Wildfire's nearest crew members are not as easily accessible depending on the region.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Worship.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just a tall guy. We're getting off the track here. $30,000 is nothing when it comes to training experienced firefighters. Yes, they do have to go to Texas or the United States because these are where the programs are. This is not the time to bring up about fighting forest fires. That's a whole different, I have been a forest fighter and I know what it's like to do. It takes a lot of training. And we're getting off what we're doing here. We're going on tangents that is not on this agenda. There are items that are important that can be referred to a retreat, and that's what we should be really looking at. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Vidal.
Thank you, Mayor Witt. Through you to Councillor Allen, $30,000 does not go far. I would like to request from Councillor Allen that the correct terminology is used in reference to our fire department. Our fire department is made up of both male and female. The correct terminology is firefighters, not firemen. And also, they are not volunteers. They are considered paid on call firefighters. It's my understanding that our fire department has already had some level of training with wildfire interface. To what extent that is, I'm not aware of. But as Councillor Jackson pointed out, $30,000 does not go very far. I will be voting in support of that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. So ready to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes with Councillor Allen opposed.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was voting in favor. I just was slow to raise my hand because I thought that maybe Councillor Vidal was expecting an apology from me
I
for
will
not using the word
okay,
firefighter.
order. I'll recall the question. All in favor? Opposed? Nobody opposed. Motion passes unanimous. The next item is that staff be authorized to submit a grant application to UBCM's Disaster Risk Reduction Climate Adaptation Program for up to $5 million. So if to our Community Services Manager, please.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. This is for structural activities, and eligible projects could include structural improvements to reduce disaster risks from natural hazards. We have previously acquired grant funding to upgrade the dike, and now that time has passed from the initial assessment, we think that there could be additional funds required. So the intent of this grant stream would be to ensure that we are able to retain the funds from the province required to complete any necessary flood protection measures.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Vidal. Discussion? Councillor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, again, I apologize for coming in late on this, and the other councillors have the benefit of having been through this. Is this for the 4-foot high wall along the esplanade? Is that what this is for? Is that the flood mitigation or control that we're after here? I just need to know what it's for. Thank you.
To our Chief Administrative Officer.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. So it is to do with the dike upgrade. It is to give council a little bit of background, is that we're still at the consultation stage in the very, very early on in the pre-design or design stage. As we're moving forward, looking at options, we're realizing that funding that we initially achieved was because of the cost of construction and materials have basically skyrocketed since the application. We are hoping to make sure that we can top up the existing project with this the additional $5 million.
$5 million. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, through you, a supplementary question. So we have some money already secured for the dike upgrade? And if so, how much is that? Do we
Thank you,
have,
Mayor Wood. Yes, we do. We have just under, I believe it's $5 less than $6 million.
okay, so this is an additional 5, so we could be spending $11 million on dike upgrades. Can I ask, Mr. Mayor, wasn't there some discussion recently where the province was considering getting back into doing these dikes themselves, having been through the Fraser Valley Diking Authority and then downloaded it to municipalities? I heard some of the ministers talking about taking back that responsibility and building them as provincial dikes. Is that an active discussion or something that may be happening?
I'm sure there's all kinds of active conversations on looking at how to deal with it, but we are one of the most fortunate communities. And thank you to our Brad Biss for getting us this federal infrastructure grant of close to $6 million. So I think it was Abbotsford with all of the flooding they had. Don't quote me on it, but it was only something like maybe $12 million or.
Yeah, I do believe it was around 8.5 million, and they've asked for, and again, don't quote me, I think they're in the billions.
So we've done extremely well. So. Yep. Further discussion? Gonna call the question then. So the motion is that staff be authorized to submit a grant application to the UBCM's Disaster Risk Reduction Climate Adaptation Program for up to $5 million. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. The next one, excuse me, is that staff be authorized to submit a grant application to the UBCM's Emergency Support Services Equipment and Training Program for up to $30,000. Or go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. They have a wide variety of streams. This one focuses on building local capacity to provide emergency support services through emergency support service volunteer recruitment, retention training, or the purchase of emergency support service equipment. So there is some training that staff could undertake, as well as purchasing equipment for any kind of emergency situations that could arise. My understanding of this one would even be for things like signage for if we need to set something up as a warming or a cooling center, to have everything just be a little more concise and ensure that we have, are maximizing any opportunities available to be prepared for any emergencies.
Thank you. Sorry. Any questions? Oh, sorry, I haven't got a mover on that. Do I have a mover for that? Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Vidal. Discussion? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Passes unanimously. The last one is that staff be authorized to submit a grant application to the UBCM's Emergency Operations Center's Equipment and Training Program for up to $30,000.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. This one we've actually received prior with the help of Ryan from the Kent Harrison Joint Emergency Program, who assisted since I believe it was when the community services role was not being held. So we have some funds that we are able to spend this year for equipment that will upgrade for our EOC if it were to need to be activated here in the village. This is the next year opportunity for this program, which could include increasing any further equipment, training, or supplies.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Discussion? I just have a question on it here. In the notes here, it talks about for Memorial Hall. And then I just found, just reading some of the minutes the other day, and that our this Memorial Hall is no longer designated as the Emergency Operations Center. It has been our fire hall in the village here has been designated the Emergency Operation Center. Can staff clarify or? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I believe that was my mistake. And when I first prepared this report, I was not aware of that shift and I must have missed changing that in here before it came forward to you tonight. So I apologize for that. It is going to be shifting to the fire hall after the recent upgrades took place there.
So this is for emergencies equipment for the operation center in our fire hall.
Yes, that would be correct.
Thank you. Do I need to? That was moved in second. Do I need to make an amendment to change that? To go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. The motion itself doesn't refer to the location. That was just my background information. So I believe that your motion would stand, if that's correct, Amanda.
I just want to make sure it doesn't get used for this facility if it's for that facility. Okay, so we'll move to second. Further discussion on this? Yes, Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarification, so the EOC that we currently use is the one in Kent, when we don't actually have an EOC for Harrison at the moment. Would that be a correct understanding?
I'll let the staff to it.
Thank you. If it just depends on where the emergency is, now that the fire hall, initially Memorial Hall, as you know, Memorial Hall was the EOC in the event of a disaster. Now that the fire hall is a post-disaster rated building, we're going to move that to the EOC to there. It's currently not going to be complete until we get the equipment upgraded, and then this will be serve as a reception center.
I asked the question, Mr. Mayor, because when I was on the Emergency Planning Committee many years ago as mayor with the District of Kent, we had established the EOC on the upper floors of the municipal hall in Kent, because one of the disaster scenarios that we were planning for was a flood. If there was a flood that came over the dike in Harrison or from the dike in Agassiz, more likely, this hall would be flooded and therefore would be unavailable as an EOC. So I assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that if we do an EOC in Harrison Fire Hall, it will be in the upper stories where it will be above the flood water, even if the fire hall itself is flooded out. Is that correct?
To the staff.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well, okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Ready to call the question? All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Nobody opposed. Next item, please.
Item H is report of Community Services Coordinator regarding Fire Smart program and funding opportunities.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. The background information behind this report is that we'd like to increase the presence of Fire Smart within the village and seek out any available funding opportunities to assist in community resiliency. Fire Smart is based on foundational evidence that suggests changes to the built environment are the best and most cost-effective way to increase a home's survivability from wildfire. Fire Smart BC focuses on increasing community resiliency to wildfires. The provincial government announced the Community Resiliency Investment CRI program in 2018 with the intention of reducing the risk of wildfires and mitigating their impacts on BC communities. One stream of this program is the Fire Smart Community Funding and Supports Program. There is currently an open call for applications for the grant funding to support further implementation of Fire Smart practices within communities. This grant funding must be used in part to implement a Fire Smart position. Some examples of this could include a Fire Smart coordinator, a wildfire risk reduction coordinator, or a Fire Smart representative. The funding recipient must also participate on a community Fire Smart and resiliency committee and ensure that an existing community wildfire protection plan meets Fire Smart standards and update it if necessary, or initiate the production of a community wildfire resiliency plan. The recommendation, I have two here. The first is that staff be authorized to begin the process of having the village recognized as a Fire Smart neighborhood. And that staff be authorized to prepare an application for the Fire Smart Community Funding and Supports Program, an initiative of the Community Resiliency Investment Program, up to a maximum of $200,000 per year for up to 2 years. Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you. They're moved by Counselor Facio, seconded by Counselor Allen. Discussion?
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. I'm very much in favor of making this application. But I note that on our agenda, which we approved earlier in the meeting, we actually have other motions, one from yourself and one from me, that touch on this or may duplicate this. And I'm just a little bit at a loss as to which of these we deal with in which order, or if there's a way in which we can combine them or make them work together to come up with a satisfactory resolution that moves the issue of protecting the village from wildfire ahead. And I'm just a little concerned, I suppose, that if we accept these recommendations, that we may not be able to then deal with the recommendations that come from yourself or from me in the notice of motions that we put before council. So I'd look to your wisdom in how we might deal with this.
Staff had originally said to go through all three of them, but excuse me. But as I see them here, I can see that as just complicating things. Unfortunately, the agenda wasn't coordinated, so I had no idea what was put on, and you didn't necessarily see it either. So there is a lot of duplication here. So I think we could combine these together to make one. I think it's such an important one, it's worth the time to go through that. So the question is how to do that. My thought, and I'm so we've got the recommendations that have been moved and seconded. So I would like to amend it that it includes on page 8 of the agenda, the bottom, almost the very bottom, 3 paragraphs up, where it starts with recommendation, which has the same beginning, whereas the village has no designation as a Fire Smart community, therefore be it resolved. I would like to amend to add these two, that staff be directed to implement a plan in alignment with the village's 2023 strategic plan to brand the village as a Fire Smart community, ensuring public life and infrastructure at the forefront, and that utilization of the funding include the prioritization of the creation of a community wildfire resiliency plan, detailed fuel management prescriptions, and the completion of fuel management. So that's my amendment. Do I have a seconder to that amendment?
I'll second your amendment for discussion, Mr. Mayor.
The amendment is seconded. Discussion on the amendment.
Yes. Well, I've read through your notice of motion, which is headed as the emergency preparedness, and that's a good header. And you have explained quite adequately in 2 pages why you think this is necessary. And you've made the recommendations. So my concern is that if we move ahead and amend the motion to accept the report from staff with those amendments, that we will lose some of the initiatives that you have laid out for us on pages 8 and 9. And I'm also slightly concerned on a more selfish note, because I myself have put some similar concerns before council in my resolution. And I've finished by recommending that we retain a registered professional forester to help us to make these applications, because I think that is critical in this. And I would hate to lose those elements by what we're doing. I understand this is going to be a complex thing to try and meld three similar but not identical initiatives into one resolution. And maybe this is something that, and I don't know what the degree of urgency is on this, but maybe it's something that we need to step back and take all three of these suggestions and come up with one clear resolution moving forward. And I'm not sure who would even want to do that. Thank you.
So you're contemplating a motion to refer this to these three back to staff?
No, that's not what I'm contemplating at all, Mr. Mayor. I think that we, the council, need to sit down and do that, but I think it would be something that would be best done in a committee of the whole meeting, perhaps, or a special meeting for that purpose. I think this will take 1 or 2 hours to get through all this and make sure that we're throwing out the redundancies and keeping the good stuff and coming up with a good, clear path to how we protect this village from the wildfire hazard. And I don't feel like rushing into it tonight. Thank you.
I think that we are, go ahead, Councillor Vidal.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Through you to staff, just a question and provide, hopefully one staff member can provide some clarity. I recall and I understand that we did have a level of Fire Smart designation in the past. Have the categories changed, or are we basically looking to renew that? Perhaps I'll go through you to their CAO right now, and he could direct staff who would be best able to answer that. Thank you.
Our Community Services Coordinator, Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Wood, through yourself. The Village of Harrison Hot Springs did receive a Fire Smart Community Protection Achievement Award in 2019. So we are still designated on their website as having that award. However, there is a slightly different process to be an officially recognized Fire Smart community. The first step in that process is to work with the local Fire Smart representative. And that was someone who has now, prior to, it wasn't our acting fire, our past fire chief, it was someone else in the community who has retired. So I've been in contact with Fire Smart to inquire about when the next course will be for a local Fire Smart representative, to have the opportunity to have someone within the village have that expertise, because that is kind of the first key step in becoming a designated Fire Smart community. In the they've got a nice graphic that I'd be happy to share with council as well, of what that process looks like and how we would work at becoming a designated community.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly add, Mr. Mayor, that during councillors' discussions with the Minister of Forests at EBCM.
Councillor, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to suggest we are at 10 to 10. And I think that there's a lot of good conversation that should continue on this. I think we should recess and reconvene. And I'm going to request that we recess till Wednesday at 10 a.m. and we can continue on with this discussion.
Wednesday of this week?
Wednesday of this week at 10 a.m. in Memorial Hall. We'll continue on.
Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion. Councillor Vidal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, just for clarification, you want to sort of like end this discussion, and we can carry on with the remainder of the agenda on Wednesday.
We will carry on with where we are at now. Whatever business has not been completed, we will continue through with that.
All right, if you can just hold on, I'll check my schedule or for Wednesday.
So the motion.
That would be perfectly fine, Mayor. Thank you.
So the motion on the table is to recess until Wednesday at 10 a.m. in Memorial Hall to continue. And I was calling the question. All in favor? Okay, it passes. We are in recess. We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Good morning, everyone. I call this regular council meeting, which was recessed for Monday, October the 16th, 2023 at 7 p.m. to our meeting of today, October 18th at 10 a.m. and to acknowledge we are on the traditional territory of the Stahelas. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Allen, seconded by Councillor Facio. Call the question.
Sorry,
all
Mr.
in
Mayor,
favor?
I was having trouble hearing you. My speaker wasn't on. Removing the resumption of the meeting?
We're moving the resumption of the meeting. Yes.
Okay, I'd be happy to move that. Thank you.
So it's been moved and seconded. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Nobody opposed. Passes unanimously. Next order of business, please.
We were discussing item 12, report H, which was report of community services coordinator regarding Fire Smart program and funding opportunities.
Thank you. So I'm just going to recap that one. So the recommendations were moved and seconded, and we were into discussion, and an amendment was made by myself, and that was to add 2 items from my section motion that's on the bottom of page, I believe it was page 9. And then we moved, then there was another amendment which was on the table, which was from Councillor Allen, and that we move into committee of the whole to discuss the 3 different motions that are on the table today. So that's where we are. So again, the motion on the table right now is to move to a committee of the whole meeting. And that was moved by, I believe, Councillor Facio, and did you move it? Sorry. That was okay. So it was actually moved by Councillor Allen. And
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think that what I probably did was I moved the council resolve itself into a committee of the whole for this discussion.
that's exactly what I just said. Thank you, sir. Councillor. So that was moved and seconded. So we're into discussion on, again, moving it to a committee of the whole. Do I see any discussion? Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, having made the motion, I do believe that it's important that we consider all of the options and get this right, because even though it's raining heavily today, we've just come through a summer drought, and we know that the fire hazard next year will be probably worse than it was in the summer of 2023. The challenge before us, I think, is to take the staff recommendations, the motion from yourself, and the motion from my end, and somehow commingulate those into a coherent way forward. We each have slightly different ideas of how to proceed, but in general terms, we agreed that we want to apply for the provincial funding. We want to get on with dealing with the fire hazards that exist in our woodlands in Harrison. And I'm suggesting that the council approve this move into a committee of the whole in order to provide a freer and more complete discussion of that. My actual preference would be that we deal with this in a separate meeting, because I think it deserves a couple of hours of our time and attention to get it right. But as a stopgap as a stopgap effort, I think we should start with the committee of the whole. And if we succeed in getting through that to the point where we can distill these three approaches into one and then make a report back to council to that effect, that might start the ball rolling, and that in itself may result in a further meeting for further discussion or input. So I'm very much in favor of the motion that we go to a committee of the whole and deal with this as thoroughly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, ready to call the question. All in favor, going to committee of the whole? Opposed? Motion fails with Councillor Vidal, Councillor Facio, and Councillor Jackson opposed. So go back to the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment was that the, excuse me, that the utilization of the funding include the prioritization of the creation of a community wildfire resiliency plan, the detailed fuel management prescriptions, and the completion of prioritized fuel management, and that staff be directed to implement a plan in alignment with the village's 2023 strategic plan to brand the village as a fire smart community, ensuring public life and infrastructure are at the forefront. So that was moved and seconded. Do we have further discussion on that?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, what page are you finding that on?
It's
I'm
on the
finding
bottom of page 8. It's the
8.
Bottom of page 8,
Oh,
very bottom, we're under recommendation.
on page 8 of the agenda package, I'm up at 100.
Page 8 of the agenda package, or of the
Oh.
agenda itself, sorry. There's two page 8s.
Sorry, I'm just finding this large package a bit unwieldy. And I've got page 7 and page 9, but no page 8.
On the backside,
Okay.
where it starts off with a recommendation, whereas the village has no designation as a fire smart community, therefore be it resolved. Just the third paragraph up.
Sorry. Page 8 at the top of the page, not the bottom. Thank you.
I have mine at the bottom of the page. The very bottom paragraph states that the utilization of the funding include the prioritization of the creation of a community wildfire resiliency plan. Did you find that? Yes, thank you. Thank you. So the floor is open for discussion. Any discussion from council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I certainly agree with the objective. My individual proposed resolution to council went into a little bit more detail as to how we get there. And I think that because of the complex nature of the application, the fact that it's dealing with a field being forestry, which is full of jargon and buzzwords that are unique to that field, that I really think that we would be well served in hiring a person, as I have suggested, who has the expertise and the experience and the background of successfully making these applications in order to ensure our success. We seem to have no hesitation in hiring consultants from Toronto and everywhere else, there happens to be people of the correct qualifications nearby to us here in the Fraser Valley, which of course is a center for forestry. And I'd be very much in favor of an amendment that would allow us to do so. And I believe I'd suggest in my notice of motion that the sum of $10,000 be set aside for that particular effort. And I'm just wondering how that would fit into the motion that's on the floor at the moment. Would it still be possible to do that?
Absolutely. Yes, Counselor, there will be an opportunity. I think Counselor Jackson, did you have a conversation?
I'd just like to, I'd
Can you
like to
please
make the
speak?
that we approve the recommendation. We can talk all we want, but let's get it done. I mean, I'm tired of all the talk. We have things to do on this agenda. I want to get at them. And rhetoric is not going to change it. So I'm going to move the staff recommendation. We
There's-
have excellent staff. They're quite qualified to deal with anything in this community. And I don't like the inference that they're not.
Thank you. Further discussion on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
No,
Um,
Counselor Allen, you do not have the floor
okay.
right now. Thank you. So what is on the floor was the amendment. It was moved and seconded. We are into discussion on it. And I can't stress enough that if we allow to continue with the recommendation of staff, anyone who looks at the requirements of designating us into a fire smart community definitely requires the need of a registered professional forester to help with this application. I personally have had a look at it myself. It is a very, very in-depth application. It's not something, and it's absolutely meant as no disrespect to the staff, but this requires, there's no question it requires a very professional forester to help us get through. We've gone through, I believe I've heard 20, 30 years to get an evacuation route. And we just have a letter of application that was submitted a week or so ago. I hate to see this be 20 or 30 years from now. So I would hope that that council takes this serious and gives council the clear direction so that they can actually retain professional forester to complete and make this application. And it's also equally important that the funding be utilized in a priority way, which is again, the community wildfire resiliency plan, the detailed fuel management plans, prescriptions, and the completion of prioritized fuel management. Otherwise, we're going to be going around for years from now, and we are never going to be turning our community actually into a true fire smart community. I heard a counselor talk that we actually have a fire smart certificate. I think it's important to understand what this fire smart certificate is. This fire smart certificate, which was given when the village in 2017 and council adopted in 2019, a wildfire forest management plan. Upon the village adopting that policy, there was actually a dinner held. Everyone that appeared at the dinner got a certificate. So the certificate is a piece of paper on the wall which says that we created a plan from 2017 and it sat there from 2019, and here we are almost 2024, of which nothing has been done on it. So I can't stress the importance of this fire smart plan. It is not just a little paper up on the wall. It's very significant. It's unfortunate that the three of the council members here today were not here when the mayor of Kimberley came. He did a great PowerPoint demonstration, and he stressed the importance of following the expertise to get us through this. Right now, we have 3 or 4 different committees involved. We have our emergency management committee in it. When I just read the minutes on it here, we now have our members now involved here in the Fire Smart with the Fraser Valley Regional District. We have conversations that are going on in our Let's See Mod C2C meeting with our neighbors. And we also have conversations going on from counselors to the different ministers at the UBCM. And many conversations between the mayor and again, the ministers from the emergency management, municipal affairs and water resources. So we've got like 6 different arms going all over the place. And if we, and I stand behind structure and process. We're gonna just keep going and we're gonna be stretched all over the place. We need to put a system in place so that we can manage this and truthfully and really get this done. So I'm gonna really stress and I'm going to talk about this, a little further. So I believe it is extremely important conversation that happens right here. There's no further discussion on that, so I call the question. So that was to amend it to include those 2 paragraphs, and I'll read them out again. That staff be directed to implement a plan in alignment with the village's 2023 strategic plan to brand the village as the fire smart community, ensuring public life and infrastructure at the forefront, and that utilization of the funding, including the prioritization of the creation of a community wildfire resiliency plan, detailed fuel management prescriptions, and the completion of prioritized fuel management. Ready to call the question. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Councillor Allen, are you opposed? Sorry, Councillor Jackson. Are you opposed? The motion on the table here is the amendment. The motion on the table right now is the amendment. The amendment is the addition of these 2 paragraphs to the recommendation that was before us in item H, which was the recommendation from the staff. Would you like me to read the whole thing? Okay. So the recommendation from the staff, and that was to add, the amendment was to add these 2 paragraphs. Would you like me to read those out again? Okay. That staff be directed to implement a plan in alignment with the village's 2023 strategic plan to brand the village as a fire smart community, ensuring public life and infrastructure are at the forefront, and that the utilization of funding include prioritization of the creation of a community wildfire resiliency plan, detailed fuel management prescriptions, and the completion of prioritized fuel management. So I called the question, and I'll call it again. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Motion passes with Councillor Facio and Councillor Vidal opposed. I further add an amendment that staff retain a professional registered forester with a fee not to exceed $10,000 to work with the fire chief to complete the application of the UBCM for the Fire Smart Community funding. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion on that. Councillor Jackson.
Your worship, I think it has to be to work with the staff in conjunction with the fire chief.
So you're moving an amendment to the word the fire chief and staff? Okay, thank you. So now we're on the amendment to include the word staff.
I will accept that as a friendly amendment, Mr. Mayor.
I will also, thank you. So further discussion on seeing none. So before I call the question, so this is to add to what's already existing, that staff retain a registered professional forester with a fee not exceeding $10,000 to work with the fire chief and staff to complete the application to the UBCM for Fire Smart Community Funding. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next,
On a point of order, Mr. Mayor, do we now need to vote on the main motion as amended? I think we voted on 2 amendments so far, but I think we need to go back.
there are 2 amendments to the main motion. So both those amendments were to be added to the main motion.
Are we now going to deal with the main motion?
The main motion, those 2 amendments were added to the main motion. Would you like,
Yes.
is it council's wish to call? Both those amendments have been passed. Let me go back. Let's go back to the main motion, just to make,
As amended. Thank you.
thank you.
I'd be happy to move the main motion as amended, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bidell. Further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Nobody opposed. Motion as amended passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item, please.
The next item is item I, report of planning consultant regarding the official community plan bylaw number 1184/2022.
Okay, thank you. Before we start on that, is there any counselor who wishes to declare a conflict of interest? I'll ask the question a second time. Any counselor wishes to declare a conflict of interest? Seeing none, please make sure that's recorded in the minutes. I am going to rule this item out of order. For section 473, Division 4 of the BC Local Government Act. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is,
Just one moment, please.
Next order of business, please.
What did you just do, sir?
You don't have the floor, Councillor Jackson.
But I want to know what you just did.
Next order of business, please.
Are we not dealing with the OCP?
Councillor Jackson,
Are we not dealing with the OCP? sir?
Councillor Jackson, you're out of order, sir.
Are we not dealing with the OCP?
Next item, please.
the next item is report of planning consultant regarding a rezoning amendment bylaw.
Thank you. I am also going to rule this one out of order. Due to procedural fairness not followed, if a developer wants to make an application to the village of Harrison Hot Springs, the developer gets the right to due process. This development has not had the opportunity to provide the same input as other development applications. For council to vote on this now would prejudice his application. I would suggest that the applicant have the opportunity to review what has been presented to council and again, have that opportunity to come back and start this process over. I find it very unfair for the developer to not have the opportunity to not even have a site plan, any drawings, for council to even conceive, to look at beginning a project of this nature is clearly not following the rules of law. Next item, please.
The next item is report of planning consultant regarding consideration on the issuance of the requested development permit.
Thank you. Go ahead to our planner, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is for the issuance of an attached development permit. the parcel size and adjacent uses. The site is approximately 0.148 hectares in size and is currently developed and is accessible from Hot Springs Road, Littlewood Avenue, and Cedar Avenue. The site is currently developed. However, the applicant is proposing to repurpose this lot into a 17-unit with 7 commercial retail unit space at the ground level. The intent is to demolish the current building to grade, remove the propane tanks and the related concrete pads, and remove 3 gas pumps from the existing 6. Upon a review of the village's official community plan, the site is within the village center designation and the site is within 1 development permit area. Lakeshore Development Permit area, which addresses the form and character of the proposed building or structure. As outlined below, the site is zoned C1 and the proposed uses are permitted. On the top of page 193 are the development permit guidelines. They're taken directly from the current official community plan. Staff is of the opinion that the attached draft development permit meets the requirements of the guidelines. Upon a review of the application, staff is of the opinion that this application does not need to be referred to any external agency. As mentioned earlier, though, council has the ability to add to that list as they see fit. There's no covenant registered against the lot that addresses any potential flooding issues. This must be rectified before the redevelopment of the site takes place. Staff's issues of concern is the required number of off-street parking stalls. The applicant is proposing 23 stalls, but requires 22. The applicant has indicated they are willing to enter into a cash in lieu for parking agreement. As per the zoning bylaw requirements, the zoning bylaw has a baseline of $15,000 per parking space required and must factor in the BC Consumer Price Index from 2017. The current requirement would be $27,300 per required stall for a total of $54,600. In addition to this, the proposed number of accessible parking stalls is 4, and the applicant is only proposing 3. The staff recommendation is that development permit 0222 be issued to Resin Enterprises Limited for property located at 200 Hot Springs Road, Harrison Hot Springs, for land legally described as Lot 7, Block 1, Section 13, Township 4, Range 29, west of the 6th Meridian, New Westminster District Plan 251. Subject to the following: the register of a safe harmless flood covenant that is acceptable to the village to be placed on title. For the installation of or the placement of any signs on the building or structure, the applicant must follow the requirements as outlined in the Village of Harrison Hot Springs sign bylaw number 1126, 2018, as amended from time to time. To start this process, a comprehensive sign plan application must be submitted and approved by the village. The village received an irrevocable letter of credit in the amount of $1,072,058. The registration of a covenant on title ensuring that 4 accessible parking stalls are created for this development, and the authorization of staff to enter into negotiations for community amenity contributions as opposed to a cash in lieu of for the parking settlement.
Do I have a mover?
So moved, Mayor Wood.
Moved by Councillor Facio, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Discussion. Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. While I am prepared to consider this project, I think it is grossly unfair that it is being sprung on me and perhaps on you at the last minute before a council meeting. To me, it is totally unacceptable that such a project be such a surprise to the members of council. And I'm only speaking for myself when I say that, because I'm the one who's very surprised. In the normal administration, council would have had the time to review the proposal, to discuss the proposal, to ask questions of the developer, and to have a good understanding of what it is that is proposed before being asked to issue a development permit, which should in fact come at the very end of a consideration process. And certainly should come after referral to all agencies. And I include highways there because this is an important junction on a provincial highway. I see no effort here to refer this to our own advisory planning commission. And in the limited time that I have had to consider this, and I think that that is grossly unfair to me as a councillor, I can see numerous issues that need to be discussed and dealt with here. So I'm resentful of the fact that staff, I suppose, and the consultant have tried to ambush me as a councillor with a project that comes out of nowhere with no consideration. There's been no public discussion on it. And my initial reaction to the project is that it is a poor utilization of one of the most important sites in the village. That junction and that property deserves, I believe, a much better development than what has been proposed. And I think that we, the council, need to send this back, and we need to ask questions of the proponents, of the staff and the consultant. And the question would be, is this the best you can do with that very essential piece of property? We've talked in our official community plan at some length about creating a sense of arrival in Harrison so that people will, having driven the hour and a half, whatever, from Vancouver, will arrive and be delighted with what they see. And to me, this is not going to delight anybody. I don't believe that the 16-room hotel is a feasible use of the land, because nobody builds a hotel with 16 rooms. You need at least 60 rooms to cover the fixed cost of staffing a hotel. So I don't see that as being feasible. I don't see any consideration for the sight lines that are required in our zoning bylaw on all street corners, and this is definitely a street corner. There must be a clear space measured 20 feet back from the corner pin of the property for a sight line which allows the vehicle traffic and the pedestrians to see each other clearly and proceed safely through the junction. And I keep seeing that same requirement of our zoning bylaw having been ignored in recent developments in Harrison. And it's there for a reason, the reason being public safety. That's only what I've been able to see on a first read through of this proposal. And I really don't believe that this should be before council this morning. I think that the development procedures bylaw even requires a lot more consideration before we get anywhere close to the issuing of a development permit. The development permit is, I believe, council's only opportunity to deal with all of the issues that flow from the objectives in our official community plan. And some of those deal with the aesthetics and the appearance of the building, the sight lines, the height, the shadows, the landscaping, the foot traffic, and other issues that are in that development permit area. If council does what is proposed this morning and issues a development permit, that means that we representing the people of the village have lost complete control of this project. I believe it then goes on to staff to issue building permits, and we have to sit back and watch it happen. And I personally am not happy with being railroaded this morning to the position where I'm expected to approve a development permit for a development that I know nothing about, that's been sprung on us at the last minute. There's something seriously wrong with this process, Mr. Mayor, if this is the way development is handled in Harrison. And I've heard a lot from the public about how they want things to be done in a more considered manner and how they expect us as councillors, or me as a councillor, to change the way these things get done in Harrison. And I'm trying very hard to do that at the moment. If you don't mind me asking, Mr. Mayor, did you know anything about this before you got the agenda package?
I did not.
So there we have it. The mayor and chief executive officer is equally surprised to have this foisted on him at the last minute. And I think that is symptomatic of what is wrong with the development of this village. And I will not be supporting the recommendation. And I wish my strong opposition to it to be recorded, and I wish it to be recorded that I resent being railroaded into anything like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Worship. I've had this for the last 3 or 4 weeks, this development. I've read it along an original agenda that the council meeting that you canceled. Mr. Allen has had plenty of time to review it. Let's just make one remark. I've been here 19 years. And in those 19 years, the gentleman to the left has been opposed to everything that's come to the council table, everything. The list is so long, my arms aren't long enough to.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah,
So-
Councillor Jackson, can you please
He
keep,
has his
yeah,
opinion.
Councillor Jackson, please keep your questions.
The
Please
problem
keep your
is,
questions to the recommendation on the table.
I support the recommendation. Nothing will ever be done if we just keep yattering on.
Thank you. Councillor Vidal.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I acknowledge Councillor Allen's comments, and perhaps I would ask through you to our planner some clarification. It's my understanding that the recommendation is only to move forward in the next step, that there would be plenty of time and an opportunity for council to review any of Councillor Allen's comments that he brought up prior to any building permit being issued. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. No, this is the time that council has the big input into it, because it's a form and character issue for a development permit. We're not changing the use. The use is permitted under the current zoning bylaw. You can't discuss market issues because that's not the position of council to say you need to have 60 units. We want, and they're only proposing 17. It's council cannot get into a debate on an economic development issue like that, or business planning issue. Excuse me. You can refer it to whatever agency you wish. However, if you do refer it back to the Advisory Planning Commission, there will be a huge discussion on the proposed use. That can be guaranteed. And we're not talking about the use because the use is already permitted in the zoning bylaw. What we're talking about now is the advisory, or is the issuance of the development permit for the form and character. And you'll notice that on the development permit on page 6, or 204, I'm sorry, page 204, section 6. All of those requirements have to be brought into place. And this is the reason why that we need to have that irrevocable letter of credit, so we can address all of those issues. And unfortunately, to deal with the any other impacts that the community may feel or whatever, we don't have that in the official community plan. So technically, we cannot implement the development approval information requirements. We can ask, but if all they have to do is say no, they're not interested, and that's the end of the discussion on that aspect of it. And the works and services agreement, that comes back to staff. They look at it, make sure that all of the requirements have been addressed, including the things from the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure and the zoning bylaw requirements for the sight lines.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I'll now offer some of my comments, and that is parking is at a premium in that location, so I cannot support a cash in lieu parking agreement to reduce the required 25 stalls to 23. And I am not willing to accept a reduction in accessible parking stalls from 4 to 3. Also, I do not see included in the proposal any EV charging stations. Also, I am assuming that environmental issues regarding removing the storage tanks is something that will need to be considered and passed. So given that, I am not in favor of the recommendation. And hopefully the proponent will come back with something more satisfactory before it moves ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Facio, discussion?
I have no more comments. I'm in favor of the proposal, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So ready to call the question, all in favor?
So Mayor, can I have a second chance to speak or not?
No, you're out of order, actually,
Okay.
Councillor. Yep, so you had your one opportunity. I called the question. It was all in favor as per the recommendations in this report. All in favor? Opposed? Motion fails with Councillor Allen, Councillor Bidell, and the mayor opposed. Next order of business, please.
The next order of business is bylaws, and there are none. The next item is new business, and item A is new business from Councillor Facio regarding a Fire Smart open house.
Go ahead to Councillor Facio then.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe with the year that we've had in the province that it would be beneficial if the village had an open house to allow the public to come in and get more knowledgeable on the Fire Smart, how to protect their homes and how to protect the village that we live in regards to the buildup of fuel, especially around the homes. I think that our fire department should be at that open house, so that our emergency coordinator, Ryan Chariot, should be there. ESS coordinator should be there. The MBC representation should be there from the province. And that this would give an opportunity to hopefully help the public in how to better understand what could happen, but in ways that they can alleviate any problems by learning more on the Fire Smart situation. So I would also like to add that this should probably be held, if possible, with our staff to give them time the first week in November. Probably midweek. Now we'll leave that to our staff to decide, pick a day there. So I would like to move the recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm just going to comment on it. I think that the Fire Smart open house, I think your recommendation is,
Further, Mr. Mayor, I believe there needs to be a seconder for the recommendation before discussion.
yes, you're correct. Thank you, Councillor. Do I have so it was moved by Councillor Facio. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bidell. Thank you, Councillor. Discussion, just before I start discussion. I think the recommendation, Councillor Facio, is a great recommendation. I think that again, the community here, Fire Smart is a hot topic. As I talked about a little bit earlier, though, about how we have all these different groups and committees and now we've got even our fire department. So now that's, say, 7 different groups all involved in this Fire Smart. I just hate to lose the structure, and that something like this, falls and it's just a one-off. Something like this should probably be done on a regular basis. I'm gonna ask for a friendly amendment just to refer this to staff. Councillor Facio, do you accept that?
Staff to,
They'll call these meetings as and when they believe that they're
oh,
required.
by all means, I think information to the public is very important with the way I'll say the world is going in relation to disasters. I have no problem with that.
So this will be up to staff to set up when and where and what and who should be there for anything to do with this Fire Smart. I think
So over and above what the recommendation, you mean?
that would be all part of the staffs, which would be part of the committee, which would be part of the whole Fire Smart logo or name. I just don't think that a motion like this should come from council or being so prescriptive. It's a great idea. But I think staff should just take this idea and they should just be running as they feel the liaison with the fire department and the different committees should be done. Maybe there's a group that the staff don't want on here or should be on here. There should be a different, maybe this should be done on a regular basis. I think it would be well served to refer this to staff so that everything is coming from one source.
I don't disagree with that, Mr. Mayor. I'm just saying, I still think that there's only 2 months left of this year, that we still should go with the open house. And then leave it to staff to come as time goes on, let them come forward with what recommendations they feel we should do to inform the public, whatever way that you've just made some comments about.
So the main motion on the table, so I'm actually, the amendment that I proposed, the friendly amendment, was just to refer this back to staff. So that friendly amendment is not accepted.
Would you do that separately? Can we do the main motion first and then you can put your motion forward?
No, I will withdraw my main
Okay.
motion here then. So the discussion on the table here is the recommendation from Councillor Facio that staff be directed to liaise with the fire department, the emergency program coordinator, emergency support services, and emergency management BC to organize a Fire Smart open house to be held at Memorial Hall the first week in or around November. And it was moved and seconded. Again, we're into discussion, further discussion on it. Councillor Allen?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think it's really useful to have such meetings. And the fact that we've had 2 of them here in this hall this summer, one with Fire Chief Jamie Coates and the second with the mayor of another fire smart community, has demonstrated that there is a great deal of public interest in dealing with the issue of the fire hazard in Harrison Hot Springs. Both those meetings were held at a time when we had daily television news about fires and disasters in the province, and awareness was high. I'm not sure there's going to be the same awareness in November when it's raining as it is today. And I also think that when we hold these things and we ask people to come out and spend an hour or a couple of hours talking about issues like this in the community, we need to make it worth their while. And so what I would suggest is that when we have hired the qualified forestry professional that we just approved, that we ask him perhaps if he wouldn't mind coming and being a speaker at such an evening where he could tell the general public more about the program, what it is he will be doing, and what input he needs from the community in order to advance our applications for the grants. Having such an event might in fact be a component of the grant application because it does require extensive public consultation. So I think that November is a couple of weeks away. I think that the time horizon is too short to give proper public notice and to organize that. And I think that that should be when we hire the registered professional who's going to handle our application, that we should ask him to help us organize public announcement of the application and a discussion as to how we move forward. There's no question that we do have the time before the next fire season to prepare, and it's not too early to start thinking about the summer of 2024 when it comes to fire hazard. But I don't think that holding it in November is going to be useful. I think we should let the consultant lead on that particular event. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Councillor Bidell.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I just wanted to point out that at the last joint emergency planning committee, I raised the point about the possibility of hosting a Fire Smart open house here in Harrison. It was very well received by the other members of the committee, and also enthusiasm shown for having search and rescue, RCMP, BC Ambulance Service, and the United Way attend. So should this recommendation pass, I think it's important that those first responders and United Way also be extended an invitation to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? I just want to add to that again, I think it's a great idea, but I'm going to talk about the structure and the coordination of again. So here we are talking about it at this council meeting. And as Councillor Bidell just said, that it was talked about at the emergency management meeting. So, we're coming from 6 or 7 different places, and it should be coordinated. And I believe support Councillor Allen's comment that it should come from the professional who we have already just authorized, that's going to coordinate this and make sure that all of this works in a conclusive way. So ready to call the question. So all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes with the mayor opposed. Next item, please.
The next item is new business from Mayor Wood regarding emergency preparedness.
Thank you. I know we've had a lot of discussion tonight on the Fire Smart community. I know Councillor Jackson, you may not want to hear all this stuff again, but I think it's very, very important that we get this out there. And I want to make sure that we don't go through what we went through before. Again, there was a report that came out, the Urban Forest Master Plan from 2019. It sat around and nothing was done with it. And I don't mean that in any disrespect to any council member who was part of that term. It's just something that falls through the system, and staff, if staff can say that they weren't given direction by council to do it, and then council will be thinking staff's doing it. It's one of these things that falls through the system, and that's one of the things I hope to work upon with staff and council, is that we can fix that loop. And so we're not sitting here years later and working as we have again for 20 or 30 years on an evacuation route. I can understand why the evacuation route has taken as long as it has. There's just way too many hands in the jar, and it's just all over the page. So again, I want to see a coordinated effect to this. So my recommendation is, so whereas the village qualifies for the highest in the province, a wildland urban interface fire risk class, and whereas the village has no evacuation emergency exit, only a single lane road in and out of the village. And whereas the District of Kent has apparently submitted the application for the Ruby Creek evacuation route through the parkland to the province for approval at the September 2023 UBCM convention. And whereas the province extended the state of emergency for unprecedented wildfires and drought this past summer, and whereas the province ministers had emergency weekly meetings with all the mayors and their senior staff this past summer, where I had an opportunity to speak 4 times with an urgent plea to expedite the approval of the emergency route through the provincial parkland with no avail. And whereas the village has a very high level and mostly incomplete joint emergency response and recovery plan with the District of Kent, and whereas the village has no evacuation plan, and whereas as per bylaw 610/1994, the village is to provide a 4-program approach addressing prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery, of which the village has had no prevention or preparedness plan and an incomplete response and recovery plan 20 years later. And whereas the village has a 2017 wildfire master plan, of which no recommendations have been implemented 6 years later. And whereas McCombs Drive between McPherson Road and Hadway Drive is the village's second exit route if Harrison Hot Springs is blocked and this area lacks municipal fire hydrants. And whereas the village present municipal water system for interface fire is inadequate, and whereas during the 2023 heat dome, the municipal water storage reservoir went into alarm, indicating the need for more storage as supported in the 2015 water master plan. And whereas the village lacks an interface fire response plan, only having a process. And whereas the village lacks an asset management plan for the replacement of new vehicle or new firefighting equipment and the facility needs due to the increasing heights of new development approved and pending. And whereas the village relies on the District of Kent's water tanker for distribution due to a lack of hydrants or water sources. And whereas the village relies on paid volunteer firefighters at chief and has no full-time dedicated staff for public emergencies. And whereas the Fraser Valley Regional District has professional staff in emergency management. And whereas per section 116 of the BC Community Charter, it is the mayor's responsibility to, in the mayor's opinion, to recommend bylaws, resolutions, and other measures that may assist the peace, order, and good governance of the municipality. Therefore, be it resolved, I move that staff be directed to engage with the Fraser Valley Regional District with urgency and report back to council with the availability, timeframe, and cost to produce and oversee an evacuation plan, prevention plan, a preparedness plan, and a response and recovery plan. I move that. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion on that? There's been enough discussion on that. Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Well, thank you for researching that so thoroughly. It's a long list of things that need to be done. And it's going to be, I expect, a big part of the work that goes into making our grant applications. Obviously, if we're asking Victoria for money to deal with wildfire hazards and emergency preparation, we need to be able to demonstrate that we ourselves in the village have been diligent about looking after these issues. So it's going to be a fair bit of work to catch up and get these things in place. And I'm very much in favor of doing so, even though there's a lot of such work that needs to be done. I'd just like to observe that our local hiking group is today hiking that emergency route from Ruby Creek back to Sasquatch Park. And I look forward to their report from their hike. And I think that the regional district is probably the best organization to lead some of this on account of both the village of Harrison and the District of Kent are members of the regional district and are thus entitled to support from that central government organization. So I'm very much in support of your motion, and I look forward to moving forward and working on these issues in the coming months, and hopefully have a lot of them wrapped up before the summer of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to comment on that one there too. So the intent of these, and there's going to be a number of recommendations that I'm going to be discussing here. The intent is to give the village staff the tools and the direction to be able to do what needs to be done. It has to be clear that the direction of council has been given staff. So I think it is I think it's vital, again, the direction has to come from council. I know we talked about we have a wildfire smart designation. Some of these are not part of that necessarily, so they fall through the cracks. The Fraser Valley Regional District, this is not just to do with wildfires, it could be to do with flooding, it could be earthquake, it could be a number of other natural disasters. But this would all be a report that would come back from staff. Further discussion on that, Councillor Passio?
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your reports here, but unfortunately, I cannot agree to these. I believe they're all very good, but I believe these needs some reports back from our staff so they can have some discussions with the appropriate agencies like the regional district, our fire departments, and clarify comments like the reservoir situation. I think that was just due to a switch that went off unfortunately. So for me to vote on this, I would wait for some staff reports on all the comments that you've made here. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for clarification, the potable water, the drinking water report from 2015 clearly identifies a number of deficiencies, and they anticipated that the water reservoir would be inadequate by the year of 2022. So we're almost into 2024. So it's actually quite accurate when you look at the professional engineering report. There are a number of deficiencies in that report. And I'm not going to call them out right now, but I just want to assure Councillor Facio that the motion on the table at this time here is nothing to do with the whereas comments. It is directly to be reported to staff and for staff to report back. The only part of that motion is actually the engagement with the Fraser Valley Regional District. Councillor Vidal.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Noting your recommendation to engage with the regional district and report back. I respectfully point out that through the Joint Emergency Planning Committee, that there is an evacuation plan and there is a response and a recovery plan. As I reported Monday evening in my report to council, search and rescue are the ones and that develop, maintain, and update the evacuation plan. And as I also indicated, that it is up to, should an EOC be called, it is up to the EOC director and other individuals and staff who would coordinate that evacuation plan and call for that evacuation plan should it be necessary. So I am not in favor of the recommendation. I believe it is redundant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vidal, and just like to comment on that. So I have the evacuation plan in front of me. It would take me a minute here to find the page. Our evacuation route or our evacuation plan, per the plans that we have, is one-page document. It's a one-page document which says step one, we send, don't quote me on it, we send flyers out. Step two, we go door to door. Step three, we get the mayor involved. It's an absolute, it's not a plan. It's by no way does it meet a plan. So I realized that there was a council meeting, a committee of the whole meeting, which was called to discuss this between councillors. And then I see that there's conversations from here again, you know, I've talked about, we've got these 6 different committees or groups all formed, and we're all going all over the page with all these different ideas here. And the committee that you were just talking about, Councillor Vidal, the Emergency Management Committee, which is comprised of just a whole bunch of people on it. I mean, you know, we're not following the structure. The village we have a bylaw which is very specific for emergency management plan. And it sets out quite clearly the structure of who's responsible. It is a councillor that is the chair of the person of the meetings. It is very clear who is actually specifically involved. When I look at the minutes of the meeting here we are having emergency management meetings and we don't even include our own fire department. I mean, and I understand they may not be there, but they're not even included on the agenda, so they're not even part of any of this. I know as mayor here, I have tried to get onto the committee, and I mean, I'm just a little surprised to learn that I didn't even know the meeting actually happened. Nobody even I wasn't even aware that this discussion was going on. When I asked for a copy of the minutes, it took almost a week and a half just to get a copy to find out what happened. I mean, it's crazy. And then I find out that our chief administrative officer is chairing the meetings. Like when you look at we go through our bylaws again and it's quite clear. I mean, the chief administrative officer and the staff are there for advisement. They're not there to vote on these decisions. These decisions have got to come from council and work their way down the system. They don't start from staff and work their way up. I mean, we're in a mess. And again, if we're going to wait another 10, 20, 30 years for an evacuation route, or we're going to wait 10, 20, 30 years to get this Fire Smart community program in place, we have so much to fix. And so to not give clear direction to staff from council at this meeting tonight, I find it, I'm at a loss. Further discussion?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to comment a little bit, if I might, from my experience as mayor. I took those responsibilities very seriously, and one of the responsibilities was to be in charge of emergencies in the village. And in order to fulfill that responsibility, I was appointed as the village representative on the Emergency Planning Committee, because it's the mayor and only the mayor who has certain authorities under the legislation, such as declaring an emergency and making decisions during an emergency. And again, it's one of those situations where everybody's responsibility is nobody's responsibility. And somebody has to be there as an anchor point to assess the situation, take the advice, make the decisions, and get things done. I also find it incredible that our mayor is not, in fact, a representative on the regional district board. And we do have a role there for our regional district representative to help coordinate our emergency planning on a regional level. So I think that this just, in my mind, reflects again the need that we need to have not only the proper structures in place, but we need to have the proper people in the proper positions in order to protect this village and to respond to emergencies in an effective way. So I'm very much in support of your motion that we start the process of organizing the village's emergency response and preparedness in such a way that it actually works. I would hate to be in your position, having all of the responsibilities of a mayor but none of the authority to carry those responsibilities out. I think that is just incomprehensible that that should be the case today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just add that at that emergency management meeting, the District of Kent, Mayor Pranger is there. They also have their fire department there. I mean, here I have, this is the evacuation plan and maps that the village has. This is our plan. Evacuation stage 1, evacuation alert, stage 2, evacuation order, stage 3, all clear. Wow. Any further discussion on this? I'm ready to call the question on the recommendation. The recommendation here right now is that staff be directed to engage with the Fraser Valley Regional District with urgency and report back to council with the availability, timeframe, and cost to produce and oversee evacuation plans, a prevention plan, a preparedness plan, and a response and recovery plan. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Jackson, I didn't see. All in favor, or are you opposed? You're in favor. So motion passes with Councillor Vidal and Facio opposed. I'm sorry here, I've got a few other items here to come up here too. So the recommendation is, whereas the village is waiting for confirmation that the District of Kent has submitted the application for the Ruby Creek evacuation route to the provincial parkland to the province, whereas no confirmed submission has been made to date. I will note that we do have confirmation now. Whereas the village council approved this route almost 4 years ago, and whereas the province minister have had weekly meetings with all mayors and their senior staff this past summer, where the mayor has spoken many times with an urgent plea to expedite the approval of the emergency exit route through the parkland to no avail. There it be resolved that staff be directed to immediately work with the District of Kent to set up a joint meeting with all parties involved for the approval of the Ruby Creek evacuation route, and to provide all councillors a copy of the pending application submission by the District of Kent. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Facio. Discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Allen.
Having proposed this route 25 or 30 years ago, I think that it's time that we got on with it. One of my concerns, and I look forward to seeing that submission because I haven't seen it yet. One of my concerns I would like to raise this morning is that there has been talk about the need to amend the provincial park boundary at Sasquatch Park in order for this road to happen. There was a proposal to amend the park boundaries to permit logging to occur around the park. But there is, in my opinion, absolutely no need to amend park boundaries for this access route, because what we're basically proposing is to reopen a road that has existed there for about 100 years, and a road which we currently use all the way from Greenpoint to the Deer Lake turnoff, where it's blocked off within the park. And there's absolutely no reason for us to amend the park boundaries when all that we're doing is reactivating a road through the park, which is a continuation of the existing and well-used road through the park. So I don't know where this need for park boundary amendments is coming from, but it is absolutely not needed in order for us to reopen that road and create an access route. Bear in mind that the provincial park itself has a responsibility to evacuate its 300 or 400 families if the road out through Harrison becomes obstructed. And their need for an evacuation route is just as great as our need for an evacuation route. And I would expect them to be extremely cooperative in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to comment to that. My understanding of why the park amendment is needed is only for construction. Once construction of it is complete, because it will require widening. And so once the construction has been completed, it will be reversed back to parkland. This is just a temporary application, again, to allow the construction.
Could I just respond to that, Mr. Mayor?
Just no.
No.
Councillor Vidal, I think you were next, and then Councillor Fassier.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I was going to make the same comment. You're absolutely correct. And the application for the park boundary amendment was and is a requirement from the BC provincial government. And that was certainly confirmed during the meeting with the minister at UBCM. And you're absolutely correct. It would only be for during construction, and then the boundary would be put back in place after. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's an important one. So anyone that's, I mean, I'm all for saving the environment. I know Councillor Jackson and I, when we heard, I believe it was John Coles came in and he did a presentation there on protecting the environment. I think we all have the same interests. So it's again, it's just a temporary requirement for construction. And I was pleased to hear that it would be going back as a park. Just Councillor Passio is next, and
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Being involved for many years in this whole situation with, well, I've probably gone through 4 or 5 mayors in the District of Kent. It came from the provincial government as a Class C park that there would have to be an application for a boundary adjustment before anything would be considered in regards to opening it up for an emergency route. There would be 2 gates that would be put there. It would not be a route for tourists to use, just purely for emergencies, whether it be for the District of Kent, Harrison, of course, people who would be in the park if it happened in the summer months. So it's this came from the provincial people who were at the emergency meetings that we had to apply for this. And from one MLA who told me a few years ago, it's a simple thing of an order in council by the provincial government to do this. We did bring this up with the minister as well when we were in Vancouver. So it's in their hands to give us the okay, and then we'll hopefully start moving. Just waiting, as you've already said, that the application's gone through. Let's wait, see what the reply is. Thank you.
thank you. Councillor Jackson, if you had anything you wanted to say. And then Councillor
Yes, your worship. I mean, this talk could go on now for another 25 years. The bottom line is, we need provincial approval. We've done everything we can to get that. Now, the other question is, who's going to pay for it? In any discussions I've had in the past, government isn't prepared to come up with $1 million or $1.5 million. So somebody has to pay for it. If we get approval tomorrow, who's going to pay for it? I mean, I think the time is over. Quit talking about it and just get down to try to do it. That's the way I see it. All this rhetoric here is not getting us anywhere. If we need to make a delegation to council, which I asked a long time ago to Victoria to sit down with them again and see if we can hammer this out, we should do that. It's a very, very important thing. We need an emergency route. I don't want to be here for another 2 or 3 years and listen to all this talk about it. So action is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to make one comment to that. At our meeting on Monday evening here, the conversation came up regarding the funding for the evacuation route. And I put a motion on the table, and that the RMI funding, which was presently allocated for the rink cover and for the fire pits and for the concession stand, which was somewhere in the neighborhood, don't quote me on it, of $500,000, So that money is tentatively been approved by the province upon council's direction to staff to be able to be used for the evacuation route. So there's almost $500,000 sitting there right now, and I couldn't even get somebody to move to second my my motion on that. So anyhow, that's that. Councillor Allen. The final minute.
I apologize, Mr. Mayor, if I misunderstood your motion on Monday night. I would have been happy to second that. I'd just like to point out that having been a park facility operator and having worked with BC Parks on the maintenance and repairs to the existing roads within Sasquatch Park, it is my considered opinion that the restoration of the road through to the Ruby Creek Forest Service Road would simply be park, a road within the park, just like all the other roads are, that is being maintained, reopened, and upgraded. When it leaves the park boundary near Mahout Creek, there is a short section that goes through provincial crown land. But the area within the park can be an internal road, just like all of the other access roads are in the park. And that's why I believe that it does not need a park boundary extension. BC Parks goes in there and does road maintenance and repairs all the time without requiring an order in council or anything like it. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion on the table here is again that staff be directed to immediately work with the District of Kent to set up a joint meeting with all parties involved for the approval of the Ruby Creek evacuation route and to provide all councillors a copy of the pending application submission by the District of Kent. Ready to call the question? All in favor? Nobody opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Before I move on to the next one there seemed to be some comment here on these RMI funding to be to allocate it from the rink to this evacuation route. So under the authority of the mayor to recall a motion, I'm going to recall that motion that I put at Monday's meeting. And that is, I move that we direct staff to reallocate the RMI funding that were designated for the rink, specifically the fire pits, the concession washrooms, and the cover, and that those funds, upon approval of the province, be used for the evacuation route. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think that you could make a good argument that part of our responsibility as a resort municipality is the safety of our visitors. And if our visitors are going to be put at risk because there's only one narrow 2-lane evacuation route out of the village, and because there is a significant fire hazard, then I think it might be a feasible argument to argue that as part of the responsibility to our visitors, we do require the adequate infrastructure to make sure that they can leave in a hurry by a safe route if necessary. If there's $500,000 there, in my opinion, that would be enough to open that road up as a gravel road anytime in the next 2 months or 6 months after the winter freeze up. The road bed itself is very good. It just requires brushing and leveling and a little widening at one point. The second phase report that was recently released by the District of Kent identifies those areas. And I don't think that the budget at that time came anywhere close to the $1.5 million that people are talking about today. I could personally drive my excavator through there in less than a day, moving trees out of the way as I go. So I don't think that anybody has yet done the exploratory drive through that road and done the detailed costing. We have many very capable forest road building companies within the area that would see that as a minor job taking a few days or a week. So I think that it tends to get a bit out of control when too many people get involved with fanciful ideas. We just need a road. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Councillor Facio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In previous discussions with the district, Kent, and I believe they're correct, it is the responsibility of the provincial government to look after their infrastructure, not the village or the district of Kent. In regards to the costings, we were given a costing by the Harrison and Kent provincial coordinator. I believe it was something in the region of $700,000-800,000 for the Hood Bridge and $30,000 per kilometer or to try and do, I think it's 800 meters, the road that has to be cleared to do the road. So it's pretty close getting to that $1 million mark for the actual doing the whole works. But anyway, that's just my comments. Thank you.
Further discussion? Ready to call the question? All in favor? Opposed? Motion fails. With Councillor Jackson, Vidal, and Facio opposed, sorry. Okay. Next item, next recommendation. So whereas the village relies on paid volunteer firefighters, chief, and have no full-time dedicated staff for public emergencies, therefore be it resolved, I move that staff be directed to report back to council at the next regular meeting of council with recommendations on using the Fraser Valley Regional District or village staff for a paid fire chief public safety manager role. Do I have a seconder?
I'd be happy to second that for discussion purposes, Mr. Mayor. I
Second.
need to be convinced though, so let's hear it.
Seconded by Councillor Allen. So discussion. I'll start with myself. So I've been working on this, making comments, I think since the very first council meeting that I came into here. And again, I talk about structure, you know, and I talk about how we have all these different groups and how all of these things get lost, all with good intent of the many people that work on it, but they just get lost. The idea and the concept of having a public safety manager would be somebody who I wouldn't have to be sitting here right now, and neither would any of us having this conversation. This stuff would all be coming from this public safety manager, which would also perform the duties as our fire chief. It doesn't necessarily have to be tied with the fire chief. It doesn't have to be, even though it says full-time, it could even be 1 day a week full-time. Could be a semi-retired person, but we need a person which is designated that looks after the public safety of the village in a entirety, not just the fire chief that just right now is his time is limited in his resources. So they focus on, which is what most of their work is the first responders and then the structural fires. So I think that the village here, the population growth has got to us to a stage now that we have to seriously consider bringing on a staff member that can take these responsibilities and be solely responsible to coordinate all of the aspects of the public health and safety to this village. Any further discussion on that? Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Well, I appreciate your concerns. I think maybe what's happening here is that the structure that we have had in place traditionally for a volunteer fire department to respond primarily to structure fires, the need for that may have diminished as we have improved building codes, improved fire safety standards, And the reality is that today, our volunteer fire department deals with very, very few structure fires. I can't recall the last time that we had an accidental structure fire in Harrison, a couple of practice burns, but no actual structure fire. And our fire department now seems to be mainly called out for medical emergencies, which used to be something that was dealt with by BC Ambulance and isn't anymore, well, not as quickly, and for motor vehicle accidents. And I think that maybe what we need to do is to look at the big picture and say, what do we really need in Harrison in the way of emergency response? And what is the best way to deal with that? I appreciate you suggesting that it could be a part-time person with a full-time responsibility, because I'm hesitant to add another 100 or 150,000 payroll cost to the village budget when we already seem to be facing property taxes that are becoming a problem for some residents. So I really think that what we need to do is to, in terms of actual planning, I don't see anything about this in the proposed official community plan. And when we talk about planning for emergencies, I think we need to talk about more than the emergency that might happen tomorrow or next month. We need to talk about planning our emergency services. One of the great deficiencies I see is the lack of our ability to get up onto these new higher buildings and get somebody off a balcony of a burning condo. We don't have a ladder truck. We depend upon Chilliwack's ladder truck being available when it gets here. And if ever we were to contemplate having a ladder truck, that's a multi-million-dollar commitment by the time you buy the truck, build the fire hall to house it, and hire the staff, the full-time staff who are required to operate it. In the city of Chilliwack, where I was a taxpayer at the time, they built a 13-story building on Mary Street, and the developer left town with his profits. And all of a sudden, I and the other taxpayers had to spend $1.5 million buying a ladder truck to provide a level of safety to those people. So I think that we need to do our emergency planning, not just on planning for emergencies that may happen, whether it be flood, fire, or whatever, but also in terms of the longer term planning for how we respond to any emergency in terms of equipment and manpower. So I'm not opposed to your suggestion. I think that there may be with very many very talented retired people in the village. There may be one of those who has the background or experience in this field that would step up and take on the job, perhaps as a consultant, to coordinate emergency response and planning. And I'm certainly open to that suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion fails with Councillor Jackson, Councillor Vidal, and Councillor Facio opposed. The next recommendation is whereas the village lacks an asset management, an asset plan for replacement of new firefighting equipment and facility needs due to the increasing heights of new development approved pending and interface fires, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to provide council with a report of fire equipment and facility needs for asset management planning and funding. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion. Councillor Vidal, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I will be voting in support of this recommendation. I would also hopefully have included in that a review of the mutual aid agreement we currently have with the District of Kent. and for staff to provide some recommendations as to whether or not we should possibly move towards more of an automatic aid rather than just a mutual aid. And for those who don't quite understand that, what difference between a mutual aid and an automatic aid, mutual aid agreements indicate when the first apparatus arrive on site, if they feel that they need additional apparatus and firefighters, then a page out is done to have whatever mutual agreement fire departments are involved to also attend. By moving forward possibly to a automatic aid, it means then under certain call categories that a neighboring fire department is paged out at that same time. I would, given, the increase in our population, and as Councillor Allen pointed out, the difficulty, or not difficulty, but in continued development, I think it would be well worth the effort to at least have staff review the current agreement and come back with recommendations. So if I could make a friendly amendment to that recommendation, that it also include a review of mutual aid agreement with the District of Kent. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to comment on that. So I would have expected, Councillor Vidal, that would have been dealt and reviewed under the previous motion, which was to do that staff be engaged. Sorry. That's where staff are looking at overseeing, coming back to council with a plan to oversee a preparedness plan, a response plan, a recovery plan. I would expect that to be part of that plan, but you're being very specific, and I think that it's a great idea, but I don't want to be too specific with what we're giving to staff. I'm trying to keep it as at a higher level of I think staff are getting the message quite clear from these, and that they've been given the direction to do this. So it would have been nice to have had that amendment or had that and added to that first motion. So I'm wondering if I should recall that motion, or I'm just wondering whether I should, or maybe we should just create. I'm thinking.
I'm just offering a friendly amendment to your recommendation. If you choose not to accept it, that's the way it is. Thank you.
Yeah, my concern here is that this recommendation is specific to the equipment and the facilities needs for asset planning and funding, not to do with operational part of it there. So no, I'm going to, did you want to withdraw that, Councillor, or?
Yes, I'll withdraw it and bring it up at a more appropriate time then. Thank you.
Thank you, but it is a good, I definitely agree it's a good one. Any further discussion? Councillor Allen, you've already had your opportunity. So I'm ready to call the question. So the motion on the table is that staff be directed to provide council with a report of the fire equipment and facilities needs for asset planning and funding. I call the question. All in favor? Nobody's opposed. Motion passes unanimously. Next recommendation. Recommendation is whereas McCombs Drive between McPherson Road and Hadway Drive is the village's second exit route if Harrison Hot Springs Road is blocked and this area lacks municipal fire hydrants. Therefore, be it resolved, I move that staff be directed to engage a professional engineering consultant to provide a grant funding application for municipal fire hydrants along McCombs Drive between McPherson Road and Hadway Drive. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Facio. Discussion.
Yes,
Go ahead, Councillor Facio.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through you to our staff, if I may, just the second paragraph in relation to engaging a professional engineering consultant. Do we need that for fire hydrants? Through you to staff?
I'll answer the question,
Okay.
actually. It makes the application much more productive when it's actually being reviewed by the province. Then there's actually a very clear specifics of what the actual project is. I think that, I mean, I spent a number of years receiving and reviewing applications for fundings for provincial, or sorry, for municipal projects, and the more detailed the report, the more likely you're going to get the green light. So this one here I thought was very specific, and it's a very simple, it's a very simple project for a professional engineer to do.
I agree with the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think that need was identified during the discussions we had in the summer with Mr. Coots and others, that there's a high fire hazard area in that block at the southwest corner of our 400-acre woodland area. But I would suggest that there may be another way to do that and to provide water in that area, and that would be to extend the water line that exists on Hot Springs Road and to run that the length of McPherson Road to the corner of Macomb and McPherson. And I say that because, as Councillor Vidal correctly pointed out at the meeting 2 days ago, that road, McPherson Road, is a jointly owned and operated road between Kent and Harrison. During the flood 2 years ago, 21, the road was underwater for about a week or 10 days. And I believe that road needs to be rebuilt. And if it's going to be part of it's already identified actually by highways as the detour route when Hot Springs Road is blocked by fire or accident. And that's why Macomb is designated as an arterial route. But the McPherson stretch really needs to be upgraded, and I believe it needs to be widened. I believe it needs to be raised by at least a meter in order to be available. And I would suggest that if you're going to be putting in a water line to reach across to the south end of Macomb Drive, that would be a better place to do it in conjunction with that upgrade. It would require us to enter into a discussion with Kent as our partners on that road as to how and when that might happen. But if we were to plan that and have it shovel ready or application ready, we might end up with a more workable evacuation route from the village and the water system upgrade. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Jackson, sorry.
I think in 2010, when I was on council, we took the water all the way down Hosmans Road and down McPherson up to Macombs. That was done at that particular time. We also had many of the residents along the way hook up to the water system. So that has been done, and it should be quite easy to put a fire hydrant at the corner of Macombs and McPherson. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. I'm just going to further comment on that. You're quite right, Councillor Jackson there. I just was reviewing the water master plan there. But the link is missing. So the line, the potable water, drinking water system ends right at that corner there. So this would actually, what's called right now it's an open, or sorry, it's a closed loop of our potable water system. And that's why you'll keep seeing the operations staff that are down there dumping hundreds of thousands of liters in the creek just because we don't have good circulation in the water system, drinking water system down there. So this would also close that loop up, so it should reduce that amount of flushing and reduce the costs of that maintenance. So I think so it's got a lot of other benefits behind the scene. That being said, I'm gonna call the question. So the motion is that staff be directed to engage a professional engineering consultant to produce a grant funding application for the municipal fire hydrants along McCombs Drive between McPherson Road and Hadway Drive. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Nobody opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next recommendation. Next item is again myself. Recommendation. Whereas the village has not prepared the forest areas for interface fires, therefore be it resolved, I move that staff be directed to report back to council at the next regular meeting of council with recommendations on the prescribed treatment of the Spirit Trail as per the 2017 Wildfire Master Plan and not to exceed $30,000 and to be funded internally. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Jackson. Discussion. Councillor Allen.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's not just clear to me what precise geographic area you're dealing with here. I know that the fire hazard survey did identify a small patch of land within that Spirit Trail area as one of the highest risks in Harrison Village. My question though becomes, the east sector lands that we gave up management of to the Fraser Valley Regional District was done in the absence of there being any parks and trails master plan, which in my opinion was a violation of the OCP, because that was the development of parks without a master plan. And I keep wondering if it's not the case that because the Fraser Valley Regional District has gone in there and opened up trails, provided parking, etc., and we do know that people are using that extensively, and some of those people are smokers of whatever they smoke. This is not a responsibility that we should hand off to the regional district and say, as long as you are running a park in Harrison Village, and that park has the potential to be the cause of a forest fire which could affect the whole village, it becomes your responsibility as FVRD to deal with the fire hazards, just as if you were the owner of that land. And I'm asking if it's not possibly their responsibility to mitigate the risks that are caused by them opening up that area to public use, which increases the fire risk dramatically. Thank you.
I'm just going to respond to that, and it's my understanding, so there's a number of changes that are going to be coming forth from the provincial government in the Emergency Management Act. And I believe that one of them is going to take all of the Crown Forest land, and it will become the village's responsibility for fire management. So that's going to change the dynamics quite a bit. It's something that I think they're talking about maybe coming out maybe next May or something with it, if it even comes through. But it sounds like it's something that the province is going to be pushing forward with. The purpose of this, my intent of this, if you go through Spirit Trail, you'll see that there's quite a few areas in there where trees have been fallen. And this would actually allow for a 10-meter pathway all throughout the trail there where the public are. I had a professional forester that walked through that trail with myself, and he felt a 10-meter cleanup around that trail would be a good start. When we go back here to all this discussion we've had here for the last bit on the fire smart and that by the time we get through that and the resiliency plan and everything, we're gonna be past next summer. So we're gonna go through another summer. Is it gonna be like this summer? We have no idea what it's like. So the intent of this motion was to take, we received, I believe it was about $1.3 million from the province about 8 months ago. And I think we've used 100,000 for some emergency repairs to the sewer line at one of the bridges. So there's monies there. So I'm saying take $30,000. Let's actually get something physically done. This would mean we would actually clean that, the debris down that trail in Spirit Trail. It's a good learning experience. It's good for the public to see that we're doing something. I think it'll show what it is that we are transforming our, the crown lands or the forest lands or the lands that we own, what our intent is. So I just don't want to wait another two summers from now before we actually start doing any work. So again, this was just to try to kickstart the process of physically getting actual boots in the ground and getting some stuff cleaned up. Any further discussion? Sorry, Councillor Facio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not disagreeing with the recommendation, but has the FERD been under any consultation about this? Because they do have, as you may or may not know, they do have a very good works program that they apply to the federal provincial government every year, where they can employ up to, I think, 10 people to do that. Either some of the bridges and stuff that's been built in there, it's all been done by these folks. They do learn a trade in doing this, so that might be something that maybe, I'm not saying don't go ahead with the recommendation, but if we consult with the regional district as well, maybe we may not need to spend the whole $30,000. That's where I'm coming from, really.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah. Call the question. All in favor?
Mr. Mayor,
No,
can I add a point of information? Since we're,
no, you don't have the floor, Councillor Allen. I call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Nobody opposed. Passes unanimously. The next recommendation. We dealt with that one. We're almost done. Whereas the village's present municipal water system for interface firefighting is inadequate, and whereas during the 2023 heat dome, the municipal water storage reservoir went into alarm, indicating the need for more storage as supported in the 2015 water master plan. Whereas the village relies on the District of Kent's water tanker for distribution due to a lack of hydrants or water sources. And whereas the village presently has approximately 200 more new connections with developments already approved by council to be added, therefore overloading the municipal water system. Therefore, be it resolved, I move that staff be directed to expedite the updating of the water master plan for council's 2023 strategic plan and report back to council on the lack of firefighting municipal water during a recent heat dome. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion? Councillor Allen.
well, I think that this is a valid concern, Mr. Mayor. I recall that when they were extending the water line on under the new bridge at the Miami River between myself and the Settler Pub, I applied for a water connection for my property and was denied because a moratorium was imposed at that time that said there was inadequate water, and that's 20 years ago. It disturbs me to think that the reservoir that we now have is already inadequate to satisfy the domestic water needs during the summer. And as pointed out by numerous people during the discussion about wildfires, the first thing that happens if you're facing a wildfire is that you start pouring water on it and your reservoir, in our case, would go dry within a couple of hours. So I think that this is part of our emergency planning for wildfires. And I would suggest that council needs to think in much bigger terms. And when I say that, I mean that we need to talk about having at least 2 more reservoirs at the same size, one at the south end of the village where we actually have a piece of land secured for that purpose, and one at the east side on Bear Mountain, which will give us adequate water storage, better water pressure throughout the village, and better water flows for the quality of water for domestic use. So I do think that we have fallen badly behind, and I don't know why we're still proposing all these developments and a doubling of the density and population of the village without making plans to provide adequate water. And of course, along with that comes the need to expand the capacity of the sewer treatment plant. So I think this is a big question and it involves big money, and we should be talking about what we're going to be like in 20 or 25 or 30 years down the road and planning for that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to remind Councillor Allen that in 204, 205, there was an old reservoir here. It wasn't built for the Wash subdivision. It was about 190,000 gallons. There was a big fire in Harrison that did not able to provide the water required to fight it, so they had to hook up to the hotel at that particular time. One of the very first things they did when we came on council was develop a plan to put in the new water tower, which I believe is over 500,000 gallons, high enough to give enough water pressure through the whole of Harrison. We borrowed $1.5 million. We paid it off very, very quickly. And there it is now. And my 9 years on council, we never turned down Mr. Allen. If he wanted to hook up to our water, he could have. So I find it sometimes quite disingenuous to accuse other people of what they did. We have a great water system. Any water system can be upgraded at any time. But I think we should use the proper rhetoric when we're addressing staff and
Thank you,
what we've
Councillor.
happened.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion, Councillor Facio?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Regarding Mr. Allen's comments that.
No, I'm going to call you out of order on
Oh,
that.
you don't want to go back on that?
No,
okay.
I want to move to business.
I'm just going to talk about the reservoir.
Perfect.
Which we're talking about. It was the year 2000 when the old reservoir was being used. I believe from my the comments that have come from at a public meeting from the previous fire chief that there doesn't appear to be any problems if there's a fire or interface fire, because I believe that they've also, through their own funding, I have to be corrected here, having new pumps which will benefit their capacity as well. And of course, on the east sector, there is the Miami River that runs through there. And of course, if we had to hook up to the lake, that's also available as well. So I'm not sure where this inadequacy of water is coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to respond to you. It came from the 2014 waste or the drinking water report. It's a master or it's a report, and there's a number of system deficiencies. So this is again on 2014. This is the water demand and storage requirements again, which is the 2015 water master plan. So when you're asking where you're wondering where they're coming from, so these deficiencies were picked out in 2014 and came to council in 2015. So just under system deficiencies, under fire flows, we have inadequate fire flows for current zoning. The pipe velocities exceed the MMCD guidelines under fire flow conditions. Hydrant spacing exceeds the FUS guidelines. Properties not fronted by Village of Harrison Hot Springs utility exceed the FUS guidelines, affecting insurance rates and firefighting capacities for those properties. I can go on. There's a whole list of deficiencies here, but this is just to do to with the firefighting fire flows. The other one, and as Councillor Allen was talking about, and this is for new development. And this is what has been identified here in the report is future system considerations. The demand will eventually exceed not only the water reservoir, but our water license. So our water license, we're getting, I don't know how close we are to exceeding our water license, but there was concerns of that way back in that time. There's also notes that 46% of the population of the village is not served by the water utility. And one of the largest ones is the Hot Springs Resort itself. It has its own water system. It is also, there's an awful lot of unlooped distribution lines and critical components. We have no redundancy in case of event of failures. We just have one line coming in from our lake source. So, I mean, it goes on and on and on here. So it's clear that we really need to expedite these reports to find out that whether or not we need to put a moratorium on the on drinking water connections. Further discussion. So I'm just going to reread the motion here. That staff be directed to expedite the updating of the water master plan for council's 2023 strategic plan and to report back to council on the lack of firefighting municipal water during the recent heat dome. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Nobody opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I see we're getting at we're at 12 o'clock right now. Does council's wish to continue through this, or do we want to recess for an hour? Staff? I don't think we have much left, but I'd just like to get a consensus.
Put a motion forward that we carry on to complete.
We can, okay.
I'll second that motion.
I'm not going to put the motion on the floor. I'm just going to hurry up. Okay. The next recommendation here is whereas the mayor does not have emergency contacts available, therefore be it resolved that staff provide names and cell phone numbers of all senior staff, counselors and emergency staff, and the list be put on a wallet size laminated card for all of council. Do I have a seconder?
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Allen. Discussion. Call the question. All in favor? Nobody opposed? Passes unanimously. Next item, business, please.
The next item is new business from Councillor Allen regarding oak trees on Lillooet Avenue.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I've been a passionate defender of trees in Harrison, and I planted a lot of trees in Harrison, both.
Mayor, I'd like to call a point of order, please.
Councillor Bassett or Vidal?
Yes,
Point of order is,
calling a point of order that I believe that this agenda item is inappropriate as it is talking about reconsideration of a matter that has already been decided by council.
thank you. Go ahead, Councillor. Councillor Allen.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to object to the fact that this issue was.
Excuse me, Mayor Wood,
Order.
Are you not-
Order, please.
are you not recognizing my point of order?
I did recognize it and I overruled it. And I'm also.
To ask for clarification through our corporate officer on the correct procedure when point of order is called, please.
You're out of order, Councillor, and I'm calling Councillor.
Not out of order, Mayor Wood. I'm just asking for clarification from our corporate officer.
Councillor
Please,
Allen,
thank
please
you.
continue.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I was just trying to
Mr. Mayor,
raise the point that
Mr. Mayor, councillors called a point of order. You should
The
respect that.
Council, Councillor Facio, you're out of order. The decision was made by the chair to move on.
But you have to.
Councillor Facio, we're not open for debate. This is not debate.
Mayor, what I believe
is not-
discussion needs to stop while the point of order is being discussed and addressed. Thank you.
Councillor Allen, please continue.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I simply wanted to point out that the decision to remove the oak trees was made at an in-camera meeting, and it should not have been made at an in-camera meeting. It's a matter of great public interest. It's not a matter of law or labor or land, which are the three items that council is permitted to take into an in-camera meeting. And therefore, it was completely inappropriate for council to raise and discuss this issue at an in-camera meeting, excluding the public, and to make this decision. And I would make the point that because the decision was processed illegally during an in-camera meeting, that the resolution should not stand and the matter should come back before an open council meeting for proper discussion where the public can see what is happening with their trees. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a motion though that's on the floor, that's on your resolution here, Councillor. So the motion is that staff be instructed to take no further action concerning these 4 oak trees until council has had the opportunity to review the arborist report and explore preservation options for them. So that was moved by your,
That is my motion. And
Okay.
when I just spoke, I spoke in favor of that being the adopted plan, that
Thank
no action be taken, but that the matter come forward to a proper open council meeting for discussion and decision.
thank you, Councillor. Do I have a second? I'll second that for discussion. Any further discussion on the matter? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion fails. With the Councillor Allen and the mayor. Sorry, motion fails with Councillor, I'll get this right one day, Jackson, Vidal and Facio opposed. Your next item is item D. And Councillor Allen, you have this wildfire motion on the table. Did you want to remove this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, in light of the decisions we made here today, I will withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next order of business then?
The next order of business is questions from the public pertaining to agenda items only.
Any questions from the public, please?
Thank you. Teresa Almola, 641 Schooner Place. In regards to the $500,000 that is currently being considered for reallocation towards fire preparedness, I would like that to be considered to be put towards a fire training tower to be built in Harrison Hot Springs. The fire training tower would actually allow the firefighters here in Harrison to train for aerial evacuations and condo evacuations, as well as the money could also be allocated towards a purchase of an aerial truck. I think that would be a necessity before we move forward towards any other fire routes or evacuations. And I don't believe spending $500,000 towards a skating rink cover and fire pits is a good use of taxpayers' dollars. My next item is in regards to the Harrison Water Sports, which was covered on the first part of this agenda Monday evening. I believe that is a large attraction in Harrison Hot Springs. And I believe that it would be much easier to reposition a child's and person swimming area with ropes in regards to the loss of such a significant employer and attraction in Harrison Hot Springs. You might as well shut down Harrison in the summer if that employer goes. So I would seriously like all of the counselors to look at their proposal for a new dock to be built. Because I believe the current situation with the resort is basically holding them hostage without a proper lease agreement moving forward into the future. The next item I'd like to be considered is in regards to the
That's, it's just, that's.
yes, I did. I was regarding the money being allocated
Order,
$500,000.
Order, please. Order,
Thank you.
please. Go ahead.
I'd also like the mayor to consider the dedication of the staff in regards to the work that they do for these meetings. And I've noted a couple of times during this meeting in particular, as well as on Monday evening, that some of the staff were not recognized when they had their hands up for comments to be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Order, please. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mark Farrell, 345 Chestnut Avenue. My question is to council as a whole. The non-meeting or fiasco meeting here of a week and a couple of days ago. My question is in regards to that. And it's to council as a whole. Was a special in-camera meeting called to deal with the alleged breach of confidentiality?
I couldn't actually quite hear the last part you said, sorry.
Was a in-camera meeting called to deal with the alleged breach of confidentiality on the part of Councillor Facio?
Yes, it was called by the mayor. And Councillor Jackson did not respond back to the request for the closed meeting. Councillor Vidal was the only one to respond back to the mayor that she was not available, and Councillor Facio had responded via our corporate officer, which relayed the information to myself. So there was no quorum, so the meeting couldn't happen. So the answer is yes, it was called.
And just left in hanging in the air?
Just hanging in the air.
Considering a councillor can be precluded from holding office, and breach of confidentiality is a very, very serious matter. No second meeting was asked for, a compromise for a day that everybody could attend. None of that.
There was a called meeting for a closed meeting a day and a half ago, 2 days ago, at the last open meeting of council. Council refused to go into a closed meeting to discuss items.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
You too. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Alan Garno from 641 Schooner. I do have a question, and I will declare that now I have been appointed to the APC, but the question relates to information I had before I was appointed, and it does refer to a project that came on your agenda today. Contrary to what you heard, this has been in a package for agendas for some time, much long enough ago that I remember at the very time that I first saw this, I had some questions and there was some discussion. So my question is, does the council not have any discretion to refuse a request just because it's legal? You have a couple of precedents in past decisions where the developer was entitled on paper to proceed, but the recommendation was to turn it down for other factors, including the character of the community, the nature of the surrounding area and structures and so on. And I will use today's example of a question that came up, the discussion on the Husky site. Parking was already declared to be insufficient. And yet if you can pony up some money, you can get away with that. Money doesn't put cars in parking spaces. I understand from discussion at the time this first came out that some of the parking spaces were tandem. Now, how are you going to work that out? Where, with even the number of approved parking sites, where are the staff going to park? Not just the customers, but just the staff and customers of the commercial facilities. Second, yes, it is in the commercial area, but this project talks about 7 commercial sites being developed. Are they necessary? Have we talked to the commerce of business, the business commerce, whether or not we need 7 more, especially on that corner with insufficient parking? Whether it's legal or not, is 7 necessary? When you should be able to ask that question, and if you're not happy, say, no. I won't go on and on and on because you've talked about water and sewer and all these other things. But just on the final one, when you see rendered diagrams of that building, is that really the kind of appearance that you think is worthy of what is our Granville and Hastings equivalent in this community? It's a prize. You only get one chance to turn that corner into something that Harrison can be really proud of. And as I said, I think that just because the paper says it's okay, do you have the discretion to say, no, it's not okay? And based on precedent, I know you can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to answer your question. So that project, that was denied.
I'm talking about the Husky site.
The
The
project,
motion failed, or that, I know it hasn't been approved, but I'm just saying it's bound to come back to you. And all I'm saying is that if it comes back to you, that I hope you exercise the discretion I hope that council has to say, this won't work.
thank you. Is there any, just one, is there anybody on Zoom?
Anybody on Zoom? If you have a question, please raise your hand.
There's no one on Zoom.
Thank you. Just one quick question. Yep, go ahead, quick, please.
What I would like to comment on for the Fire Smart, I know you're talking about the Spirit Trail, but I live on Chestnut Avenue at the end of our block. You can't even go in that trail. There's down trees and it's a regular dumping ground for everybody. If you're gonna do Spirit Trail, could you not at least go in to the end of Chestnut Avenue and start clearing out the junk that people dump there, the down trees, so you could actually use that trail? That's my question.
Thank you. Thank you. Call for adjournment. Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Facio. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Can I ask a question?
No, sir.